Okay, hello everybody. Let's see if I can get this working. I took my computer to another place last weekend, and I just rehooked everything up again, and OBS decided not to detect any of the sound. So we'll see if you guys can hear me now. I think I got it, though. Looking for some sound check confirmations. How's the game volume? How's my volume? How are we at? Loud and clear. I like to hear it. Thank you very much. Alright, let's get into some game. Yeah, I'm always worried I screw up my sound. That seems to be... There's two situations where my sound goes haywire. One is if I unhook my computer, plug it all back in, because if I don't get the USB connections exactly how they were, then things go right. Oh, hey, look at that. Some unlocks. And then the other is if Windows decides to do a forced update. Man, that is so irritating. I think on my next computer, I'm going... Well, assuming I don't go to Windows 11. My next computer, I'm going... So there's a thing with Windows where you can't... If you're on the free version, which is what most of us have, because that's what comes with Windows on most computers you buy, the free version, you can't turn off auto updates, but if you buy the pro version, you can turn it off, and I think that would be worth the $100 or whatever it costs for the pro version, because, man, sometimes those Windows updates really screw you over. Sounds like echoed voice. Is that everybody hearing that? Is that a Gavman specific? Because I would definitely like to fix that, because right now I have all the sound for the game pumping through my headphones only, so that way, and I don't hear myself through my headphones. So I need, if I've got broken sound, let's get it sorted now instead of half an hour into the stream when you guys are all irritated from hearing me in echo and stereo. I do not hear any issues. Okay, cool. All right, Gavman, sounds like maybe sound clear to me. Okay, yeah, everyone's saying sounds fine. Okay, sounds like a Gavman issue. Okay, cool. Never mind, echo helps if I close the tab that I opened before logging in. Okay, cool. I'm a little loud. Maybe it's because I'm excited and shouting, Quester. I just had a great day today. I took my kid to a Lego place. It's like, it's not Legoland. They have these discovery centers in the U.S. where they're kind of lame. Like they have just like little Lego build stations all over the place, and like big Lego statues, and yeah, it was just fun. It was good. And then we came home with a whole bunch of new superhero Legos to build. It was a good day. So I'm feeling hyped. So the no guest tonight, so I didn't set up a guest, and then while I was gone all day doing Lego stuff, Kobus, who's somebody I've been wanting to get onto my podcast back in the day or onto the stream for ages, said, hey, I might be available if you let me on in the beginning, and I didn't get back to him quick enough, so he just crashed and went to bed. So no guest tonight. But we'll get guests eventually. I'm not making it a huge priority. It's just kind of like if if I happen to talk to the right person, they show interest, then I'll bring them on. But otherwise, I am happy to just chat with you guys at the end of the stream. I always have fun with that. It's fun doing a little Q&A and whatnot, see if there's anything I can show you guys. But tonight we're gonna continue with the main quest. So I have a version of this Friday's patch that I'm pretty happy with. Like testers have gone through it several times and pointed out some bugs. I've iterated over and fixed them, and I think I've got everything fixed that they've reported again. So I'm hoping that I can correctly demo for you guys tonight the recruitment quest, which would be cool, which is one of the big features of the patch this Friday. Is I overhauled the way the objectives work for that quest, and it turned out it was a very time-consuming process because I kept breaking the quest, so it ended up being a lot of my time this week. But I think the other thing I'm considering doing during Q&A section is, and I don't know how I'm going to do it. This is just something that came to me today because this patch is all, I had to record the patch note video today, and it's all bug fixes. It's just bug fix, bug fix, bug fix, bug fix. There's like one kind of a feature, but it's more like it's a feature to prevent players from shooting themselves in the foot as opposed to like a fun feature. And I realized today that like I need, and we've discussed this before, I think in the last stream, I need community help to guide myself and others in what stuff we fix first. So I'm thinking I might bring up the Git page of all of our report, like confirmed issues or suggested changes from testers and everything, and go over them with you guys, and you guys can give me some feedback on which ones I should bump up the priority queue, something like that, or maybe we'll do a vote. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But I'm thinking that might be something interesting we could do, because you guys who stick around with me to the end of the stream are obviously like big fans of the mod. You're willing to hang out with me that late, so you probably have some strong opinions on what bugs we should focus on or what features we should focus on, so that might be a nice thing to do. But as you can tell, I'm just kind of stalling here until 9 o'clock because I got on so late. I don't really have time to do anything else, and I want to talk about these pop-ups here, but as you guys know, I like to wait till 9 o'clock, so that was the announced time for the stream. But anyway, I think going over some of the bug reports with those of you guys who hang out with me tonight would be fun. Fun air quotes, because some of you are probably like eyes rolling like, oh god, no, I don't want to see GitHub reports. Yeah, Velen, River VA please. Yeah, I'll get when I've been so focused on coding lately between bug fixes and porting the Conqueror code that I haven't even had a moment to like have, you know, catch up with some people like River and have a conversation and be like, hey, what do you think about, because it's, yeah, it requires a little, you know, I usually it's going to take 20-30 minutes of time to coordinate with somebody, and that may seem like a small amount, but to me, that's like one more bug I can knock off the list. All right, we're at 9 o'clock. So welcome everybody to the stream. I did not do any pre-streaming tonight because I've been out all day and been real busy, but I definitely wanted to make time to stream tonight, and so here we are. If you're new to the stream, just know that I will ramble on and get distracted, but if you want to just see the gameplay, I do post videos of that on Mondays. They're a couple of weeks behind, I think 3 weeks behind, maybe 4 weeks behind. So if you just want that, you can go grab that. Otherwise, we're going to play some of them on for a while. And because my attention is already split by myself, because I just like to just explore and wander and think, and talk aloud about it, I tend to just completely disengage from chat most of the time while I'm playing. But then in the last half of the stream, then I do the opposite. Then I kind of park my character and just engage fully with chat. So that'd be a great time if any of you guys has questions you guys want answered from me about the mod or whatever, and then I can show you guys stuff in the mod if you want a demonstration about stuff, or we can talk about bugs, whatever. I'm pretty open. Everybody, a lot of people here, I can see the names in chat, hang out with me regularly on Wednesday night, and we just chat. So if you're new, you want to do that, you are welcome to join. So I would say make sure you tag me with @KingGath in your message if you want a chance of me seeing it. If you want a guarantee of me seeing it, I do call out super chats, and I am not fishing for funding at all. We are well funded now on the Sim Settlements team thanks to patrons. But if you do decide you want to donate, all that money goes into the pool that we use for the mod. We also use it for prize support. I see a lot of city plan contest enters or participants in chat right now. That money will help fund the Masters prize pool. So if any of you guys wants to throw money into Masters tonight, I'll happily start augmenting the prize pool. In fact, I just said to Sir Locke and Yagi about an hour ago that I will finalize the prizes tomorrow, because I know we've been delayed on making an announcement, because I've been trying to find a way to sweeten the pot, and I have a really cool idea, but we'll say, let's just make that official. Anything you guys donate super chat tonight, I'm adding to the prize pool for the Masters contest, which is starting soon. And then we will so maybe we'll have a super prize, and I'll even give you guys credit, like thanks to the community, the pool is boosted this year, because I think that'll be a lot of fun. All right, let's get into some playing. So first thing that came up here is I unlocked advanced defenses. Now usually you unlock advanced defenses by hitting a certain number of martial plots, but the reason I actually unlocked it here is because I completed the CPD quest line. So if you have Sim Settlements 2 Extended installed, which is a PC only thing, but you can get it even if you're not on Nexus. And if you're not playing through Nexus, if you are playing with your mod download through Nexus, in the last 2 versions of SS2, you would have got extended automatically as part of the Nexus, or the Vortex. I keep saying Nexus, Vortex is what I mean. If you're using Vortex, you would have got it automatically installed. And so CPD has 2 new building plans, and they are both advanced defenses, and I actually set it up, CPD, to also force unlock the advanced defenses, because for people who start a new playthrough, I want them to get those unlocks from CPD and be able to use them immediately. Because as everybody I've watched play through CPD, they're like, oh, I hope I can build CPD outposts in my settlements, and we wanted that. And thanks to Captain Laserbeam, we have that now, because in the last patch, he added a couple of building plans for us. So I'll actually build some of those and show them to you guys. So we got that unlocked, and we should get, the Protect and Serve, which is our 1x1 advanced type, and then actually we need to update those descriptions. It should say advanced defenses, I think it's supposed to say. I'll have to look and compare it to our other building plans and see if we have the text on that matching. But anyway, we'll go build those back in. I guess we'll do it in Sanctuary. Why not? Let's go do that right away. Carvok. Oh, look at you. Thank you for the donation. Get your city comp in. I would love to see as many as we can for Masters, which require you to have an entry for an invite. Yeah, Carvok speaks truth here. If you want to get into the Masters, if you're not familiar with the Masters is, I guess I should go over that while we're fast traveling here. Masters contest is something we started a couple years ago. I think 4 or 5 years ago now. We did it for the season 1. Like, it was something that we came up with to top off the city plan contest after a season. At the end of the season, we do a Masters contest, and that's an invite-only city plan competition. And anybody who just competed, you didn't have to win. You said to have competed in the season. You get an invite, and the top prize. I don't remember what it was each year, but it's. I know it's been around $500 for first place. I think maybe they did that every year. I don't remember if we changed it, or one of you guys who's done it a few times might know. I can't remember what the prize has been, but it's multi-$100, and then we give away another like $1,000 of other prizes. So we give away Steam gift cards, and we give away T-shirts and merch and stuff. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a bigger competition, so you have like a bigger goal than just build a city plan. It usually has like focus on making sure your levels of your city plan tell a little story, so you can kind of see how your settlers evolved. And my favorite part of the Masters contest is at the end of it, we make a series of videos for the top 3 where we narrate them, and we kind of like take the story that they invented with their settlement, and we make a little video about it. So we get it professionally narrated, and spend a lot of time editing together a little tour video of it and showing off how it looks. And it's really fun. It's really cool to see those. All right, let's see here. So I guess we'll change one of these. Actually, you know what I'm going to need, because it's an advanced. All right, I'm going to cheat here, and some of you guys may not even know about this option, mostly because I have not been spending enough time here and I think it's going to bore you guys if I run around trying to find settlers. All right, so let me start by building it, and then we'll talk it through, and then I'll show you how I'm going to cheat. Actually, I can build both of them. I'll turn both of these guys. This will be our CPD side right over here, even though we're going to lose. I hate losing level 3s. I'm changing my mind immediately. Yeah, you know what? Screw it. We got 83 happiness. We can afford it. All right, let's change these over. I'm ignoring the fact that there's a fight. It's probably gunners. All right, so we want advanced defenses. And then this one, we're going to actually have to choose the specific building plan, because there should be an advanced defenses already built into SS2. Yeah, so there's the rubble bunker, and we want this one. Okay, so requires skilled agility. So yeah, I gotta fix these messages. I forgot to go over them to make sure they matched up the pattern and all the rest of them. Yes, pay and build. So the advanced defenses requires skilled agility. Skilled agility is 5. So we're gonna have to find. I'm gonna see if I can quickly find somebody with 5 agility. Great, we'll do it. I do have the training plots, so that might be a thing. But if I can't find 2 people with skilled agility, I will just turn off that feature. And that's the thing I'll show you guys, because I bet a lot of you guys didn't even know you could turn that feature off. About that requires the different stats. All right, so let's bust out our. Oh, yep, there's some gunners. All right, we'll kill some gunners while we're. Hello. What a good way to kick off a video. Killing gunners. Oh, oh. I'm always worried I'm gonna pop a settler that's dressed in a little bit of green. Whoa, 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 whoa! Hey, take it easy, buddy. Get him, dog meat. He was ready for you. I like how Carla is just like, nah, I'm not a part of this. Wait, who died over here? Was this a gunner? Okay, I thought it looked like a settler. Because the gunner conscripts aren't wearing their full gear. Oh, I saw a little head peek there. Is that Codsworth's got him down? Oh, another gunner over here. Alright, let's go to... Oh, I still forgot to upgrade my combat shotgun. I think I said I was going to do that off stream, but I totally forgot. Get him, Codsworth! Oops. There we go. Oh, so much stuff to loot. Hey, we defended that. I totally forgot we had the defend sanctuary quest up.
Out here?
All the loot. Give me all the loot. Talking about boring you guys. My obsession with looting. Alright, let's bust out the Vitamatic. We'll do some quick scanning here.
Crops.
Well, you got a disease, buddy. Mole rat disease and bone worms. Well, that's a bummer. Alright. You got some stats growing. What about you, buddy? We're gonna just check a few. Oh, you know who we should check is the named ones. He's got int 4. Oh, I should look at their hobbies and see how many of these are actually getting assigned to the different things. Yeah, you don't even have a hobby yet, and you also only have 5 luck and mole rat disease. What about you, bud? 4 charisma. We got a couple more guys over here. What about you, Patty? Are you ready? Are you ready for the big leagues? Agility 5. There we go. All right, Patty. You've been maybe promoted. Maybe this is demotion. I really don't know what your job was. But we're gonna go get you working on one of our new plots here. There we go. So I don't think, did this one build? I don't think either of them built, because they need to have, okay, good. So that one's building now because I have somebody with the appropriate stat assigned. All right, let's check. Oh, you're a visitor. Oh yeah, of course the visitors are at the bar. That makes sense. That actually feels awesome that happened. Sometimes I see the visitors in people's settlements and they're just kind of standing there, and that's always like, oh, that's unfortunate. I can't tell. Why are his stats all misaligned? Oh, because his name's so long, it pushes all the lines down. Whoops. We should probably give him. I should probably have the short name show up in the screen, just for cases like this. So let's see. I guess it would be. It's gonna be the gray one. So 3 agility. Sorry, Pete. You're not quite up to snuff here. All right. I think I'm done hunting for people. We're gonna put. Who do we got here? Who's gonna be our Protectron mechanic? All right, well, I'm going to show you guys where the option is to turn that setting off. So we're going to go, if you go into mod config or in the holotape, and we go to Sim Settlements 2, gameplay, and it is going to be, it's probably under assignment, actually, now that I think about it. Assignment requirements. Yeah, when not something that's advanced and high-tech requires sellers meet certain criteria. Yeah, so assignment requirements. We turn this off, and now we should be able to just take this person. Oh, that's probably another visitor. So whatever you're doing, you've got a new job, and we'll let fate sort out everything else. All right, you are now in charge of the CPD's Protectron unit. And now, since we turned off the special requirement, or we turned off the assignment requirements, now he can use that advanced requirement. So the reason we have those the requirements is because we didn't want to have the advanced and high-tech classes just invalidate the earlier classes. So the earlier classes always have a purpose, because it's very unlikely, unless you're making a concentrated effort to manually do assignment or to build a lot of these training plots, that you're going to always have people to work the higher tech plots. So that way it became kind of for people who really engage and get into it, or who collect all the named settlers, you can have all the fancy buildings, and it's not a big deal that you miss out on the lower ones. But then for everybody else, there's still, for most settlements, there's still a place for those, for the basic versions to still exist throughout the gameplay. So, oh, cool. And this has also got a newsstand, although this, we'll need to, Laserbeam, Captain Laserbeam, if you're watching, we need to condition this on whether the news has been unlocked, because I don't think I've unlocked it yet. But anyway, this is a CPD building. So this, I think, at level 2 or level 3, it gets the terminal for the bounties, which I have not fixed yet. I will try and tackle that next patch, or not for this patch, but the patch after. I got stuck on, I wouldn't say stuck on, I got focused on the quest we're about to do today. I wanted to make sure I had it in tip-top shape before we got to that quest one in my playthrough, so that we could have it go as smooth as possible. All right, there we go. And so now we've got a little police protectron. I don't remember if you get CPD officers immediately or if those come in the higher level. I don't remember. But anyway, so we've got some CPD operating out of Sanctuary now. When we get to Chapter 3 mechanics, one of the mechanics we have in there is setting up patrols between settlements, and we'll probably tag that into this as well, so that you could have like CPD officers patrolling between your settlements. I think that could be really cool for people who really like the CPD. Oh, excuse me. Got a little hiccup there. Okay. Let's go find Teresa. And then we'll work on War's Good for Business here. Alright. Off to Sunshine. I also fixed, for next patch, I fixed all the bugs we ran into last week with the scene in Vault 81. I know a lot of you guys have run into that. I know a bunch of people was like, yes, that's the same thing that happened to me. It turned out that for some reason you had to like keep clicking over and over again when Berman was coming through the radio to get that scene to work, and it was for every single scene. So like there's no matter who, there was a scene where you get to say let Algernon talk or let Mansfield talk, etc. All of them had the same problem, and so I found a hack to make it work, and that'll come in the next patch. It also turned out that oh, Teresa's tied up on a bed. That's interesting.
Hi.
Well, you sure took your sweet time. I'm sorry. It ain't you I should be mad at. It's the Gunners.
Oh, that's right. So this is one of the little differences in the story.
Took us all by surprise. We tried to fight back, but it was no use. It was over as fast as it started. And they beat us and tied us up. And then some big guy, he dragged off old Paul. I don't know why, but we ain't seen him since.
Okay, before we discuss this with Teresa, there's two things. I got to finish my other thought, and then we got to talk about why Teresa was tied up on the bed. So my other thought was, if you, I don't know what the condition, I don't remember what the condition, is if you didn't side with Algernon, so he's not an option, then the Overseer is an option, where Gwen would actually talk, and it's actually a well-written scene, where it actually, the lines that were reused for her sound totally good, but that scene never worked, apparently, and I got it working. So now that, hopefully, that's the end of major issues for that quest. I also fixed whatever was going on with Mansfield, where he got stuck in that weird animation. So like I'm hoping that that quest for people who start a new save after Friday's patch will no longer be our boogeyman quest, and then it'll be some other quest that's the problem for everybody. Okay, so now let's talk about Teresa here. So if you have Stodge and his little crew, then they manage to fight off the Gunners. If you don't, then everybody gets tied up. So actually, if I were to look around in the settlement, I would have found more than just Teresa all tied up. That was like a little thing that some of you guys may not have experienced the same thing, because I think a lot of you guys side with Stodge, but I intentionally pissed him off just because I wanted to show people you could.
Whatever you're thinking, it doesn't matter. He's dead.
Paul's dead? Damn it. He didn't deserve that. He was a good guy. We'll start cleaning up and making repairs. Thanks for your help.
That's how we all feel, Teresa. So sad. Rest in peace, Paul. All right. Yeah, her voice acting was great. It got me feeling somber there for a moment. But unfortunately, no time for that yet. Although this is the moment where everybody gets to shed a tear. Let's see here. I guess that was not the best fast travel. I wish there was a fast travel point right outside of Diamond City. Maybe there is, and I just don't know what to click on. Why am I? Okay, I don't know why I got stuck in third person there. If you keep saying tied up on the bed, MXR might play us too. I think MXR got demonetized into oblivion and doesn't bother covering Fallout 4 anymore, because he used to cover all the mods. Oh, there's another defend. Sorry, 10 Pines, you're gonna have to wait. All right, let's head over here. Wait, who are you?
I got so many flavors of mayhem for sale.
Hey there.
Better buy my big guns now, because you bet your ass your enemies will.
I know I've heard of Cricket, but I don't think I've ever seen her. I appreciate that she's all strung out looking, because the other character I know named Cricket is also strung out.
What kind of stuff do you have?
If it can chamber cock and spit out lead, then I sell it. I sell slashers and clobberers too, for those maniacs that like it up close. But hot death flying faster than the speed of sound? My knees are getting weak just from thinking about it.
I've got a few minutes to browse.
Guns, guns, and more guns. Just for you.
See, I expect, with that insanity, I'm expecting some jet to be available here. All right. Oh, we probably do need some of this stuff so that I think I've been talking about that. I need to go tag what I need for crafting and come in here and buy it from merchants. So, but we might as well get some ammo while we're in here because I can never have enough shotgun shells and a 308. I really need to, next time I do a playthrough, I need to, I think I want to try something silly with my, so like in my previous streams, oh wait, let's just sell off all those garbage rounds I have that I'm not going to use. In previous streams, I let chat determine my load order. I think what I want to do next character is let chat determine my my perks. Like I'll do something like, I'll have like, I don't know, I'll just like pick one that I like and then like let a bot pick a bunch at random and then put up a vote each time I'm going to pick a stat. I think that'll be fun because I pretty much play the same exact build every character because I'm it's in my nature to min-max with this stuff. I don't tend to choose interesting perks, and I actually have a problem. This is a problem I have in RPG design, and it's one of those things that's on my list for Fallout 4 that I never addressed, and I assumed that somebody else would address at some point, but I'm not sure if they did or not. Maybe you guys can tell me. I've always wanted it to be separated between combat perks and non-combat, where you get to choose one of each every level, or one level you get a combat perk, next level you get a non-combat. So that way you're either so you feel allowed to not min-max. You feel allowed to get some of those interesting perks, because I always feel like in games you're just punishing yourself to ever take any of the interesting perks that are useful for like niche scenarios. But I want those are the fun ones, especially with the way Sir Rick wrote the main quest dialogue, where there's lots of tie-ins to the just random ones, is that I feel like I can't get them because there's always something important I need for my character. Anyway, if you guys know of any mods like that. And then the saddest moment in all of chapter 2. Little Cola hanging out by a Paul.
I'll find who did this. I promise.
I don't know why Cola's not making noise, because it's even sadder when you hear her doing the well, you get to go to Sanctuary with everybody else, Little Cola. And for those who have been asking, yes, we will eventually arrange for for you guys to send Cola to HQ, because Cola needs a new master. Oh, there's the whining I was waiting for. This poor Cola misses her master. Who's gonna ask for you for us to bring dog food to you now? Actually, we need to add in, until then, we need to add the ability to feed her yourself. Just go and give her dog food. I don't know if you guys notice, I keep flipping my camera over and seeing the Ron right there, the Ron billboard. I love it. Rest in peace, old Paul. We'll see you later, Little Cola. All right, let's head over to Jake and let's proceed with the quest and hope that my patch is working. Oh, you can already send Cola to HQ. Does she get sent as a worker? Because that's not supposed to be the case. If that's the case, that's a bug. You should not be able to send her as a worker. Lachlan Williams, hello. Thank you for the donation. Hi, King Gath. The CPD quests aren't working for me. I can't hand in Conquering Provincial Dwelling, and Court Practitioner Drafting will not start. I unfortunately am not super familiar with the names, so I don't know which ones are which. But the only quests that I'm aware of that have known bugs still with CPD are the bounties. So if those are some of the bounties you got, those are known. Those are going to get fixed eventually. Otherwise, I would suggest make sure you post on the forums. I did mention at the top of the stream that we might end up going over some of the bug reports that are when we get to Q&A time, which will be around, I don't know, 10:30. And then I can show you guys what stuff is queued up for a fix. That might give some of you guys a sense of relief. We can talk about order, what we should prioritize. Maybe we'll adding a few to the list, or maybe some other people can verify. But if anybody else has had problems with those two quests that Lachlan is mentioning, I basically need verification from multiple people before I can spend the time investigating, because I'll show you guys one of the things I want to show you guys with the bug reports later is how many we have and how many we've fixed. Like, we're not slacking by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, it seemed that way, but it's just small. We're a pretty small dev team, and when you see the number of reports we have, it's pretty wild. All right, let's see here. Cola is a worker. She's in security. That's hilarious. Okay, that's a bug. I'll leave it for now because it's a fun bug, but yeah, that's not intentional.
No need to fill me in. Aiden's already been in contact. He's got me up to speed. But it was a lot of information to take in all at once. He, also told me about old Paul.
He died fighting for the Commonwealth. He's a hero in anyone's book.
He helped build a settlement for folks he only just met. He gets captured trying to defend it, and then he dies insulting the gunner that took him. Yeah, he's a hero, all right. But I suppose now we do know where the comm hub is, and there's Gunner's Plaza. We could take it back. I'm just not so sure this attack plan is the best way. I mean, a full-on assault on the Gunner's headquarters? How do we even pull something like that off?
We need an army.
Yeah, Aiden said as much. Called it a strike force. Could almost hear the glee in his voice as he said it. Look, I'm not saying this attack plan is a bad idea, but if we assault their HQ, we're gonna have to kill a lot of gunners. I'm just not sure it's necessary.
If you didn't want to kill them all, you could just hack the plaza's security systems?
Huh? What are you talking about?
You know, reprogram their internal defenses. Maybe broadcast an evac order. If you did that, I bet a lot of them would just run away.
I almost forgot. You're a gunner technician. Of course you know all about their systems.
Would you be able to help?
You mean me? Hack the security? Yeah, it would be easy. As long as you could get me into the plaza.
If you could help us avoid an outright massacre, I think Lupe's hacking idea is worth pursuing. Even if only a handful of gunners run away, at least we gave them the option. What do you think, Slick? Worth a try? I mean, letting some escape has got to be better than killing every last one of them.
I think it's a great idea.
Ah, good. I'm glad to hear that. Although you don't have to decide anything just yet. Just keep Lupe's plan in mind.
Whatever you decide, if you're going to attack the plaza, you'll need to know its layout.
Huh, that's a good point. Our chances of pulling this off would be a lot better if we all knew where everything was.
I could make a rough sketch, but it would be missing a lot of detail.
So, we need a detailed layout of the plaza. You know, I think I've got an idea where we could get our hands on something like that. Hey, Lupe, how'd you like to meet the coolest cat in the Commonwealth?
What? I'm really more of a dog person.
Foreshadowing.
Hey, do you think you could escort Lupe to Diamond City? I think it's a safe bet if she explains to the Ron what we need, he'd be able to find us something that fits the bill.
Sure, trust him. What could possibly go wrong?
Aiden was kind enough to explain what happened between the Ron and the Gunners. And yeah, he did tell them where to find me in the comm hub. But it didn't really sound like he had much of a choice. I don't hold it against him. And neither should you.
Sure, I'll take her.
Great. Just let her know when you're ready to head out. That is, if you don't mind going, of course.
Oh, no, not at all. I've always wanted to visit Diamond City.
All right. I think I'm coming around to this whole attack plan. We can make this work. But we could still do with a little extra help. Hey, here's an idea. Maybe you could check in with some of the friends you've made out there. After everything you've done for them, I'm sure they could spare a little manpower for our assault. But I'll leave that up to you. For now, I'll start getting things ready on my end. Stay safe out there. And don't worry. One way or another, we will get the comm hub back.
Although, a little nervous. I'm not really the fighting type, you know? So, kinda scary heading out there.
What are you so nervous about? What's the worst that can happen?
Worst that could happen? Well, last time I tried going to Diamond City, I was captured by and then conscripted into the Gunners. So, yeah, you could say I'm a little anxious.
Can't you do something to protect yourself?
If we get into trouble, I do have a few tricks up my sleeve. But ideally, I'd hope we can avoid any fighting.
Stay close, kid. You'll do fine.
Okay, I believe you. We'll be fine. Right?
All right, I swear I need to get a notebook to take down notes of all the things I want to talk about. Because I like to let the NPCs talk while we're playing through the quest line so you guys can hear it all for those who haven't experienced it yet. Especially since we're doing the edited version of the videos. But I had so many things just happen there I want to talk about. So, first off, how crazy is it, guys? Every stream, when we come to Concord, it's like something's going on with church service, right? Like, we always see people coming to or going to or coming from the church in the background. It's pretty weird timing that keeps happening. Second of all, we got another donation. Oscar N1N7, thank you for the donation. And he says, hey, how do you know roughly how many people have played SS2? How do we get that number up? Getting more people back in FO4 is great for getting more mods. So the way that I usually calculate it is I look at the total number of downloads on Nexus, and then the total number of downloads on Bethesda for PC and Xbox. And then I look at the percentage of, so Bethesda doesn't tell us unique downloads, but Nexus does. So when Nexus says, you know, like if it says we have 100,000 unique downloads and 500,000 regular downloads, I assume that, you know, 20% of our download numbers are unique. So then I apply that same to Bethesda, and we can get a rough estimate. So I could figure it out. I haven't bothered with SS2. It's pretty high though. There's a lot of people playing SS2. Like we hit a rare thing of when Chapter 2 released, we actually increased our user base. So generally, you know, if you think about any franchise, is that it tends to get a smaller audience over time, and we actually increased, which I thought was really awesome. So I think we did a really good job with that trailer, and we inspired a lot of people to come back. So I think we definitely got a lot of people. I bet there's going to be a huge spike of people coming to play Fallout 4 again, like the month before Starfield releases, because there will be streamers out there getting ready for Starfield, and they're just going to want to get themselves in that Bethesda mindset. So I bet there's a huge wave of people coming in right before Starfield, which will be awesome. But I agree with your premise that the more people playing, the more people who will mod it. That is 100% true. Because you'll notice that, like, at the start of any new Bethesda game, as soon as the modding tools come out and there's still a strong player base, there's crazy amounts of mods coming out. So I agree with that. I don't know how we can get it higher. I mean, we're doing our best. Like, we're trying to release really cool content. I wish I had more time to make trailers. I actually have any of you guys as an experienced video editor or has some trailer background. I have a posting up on our forums in the Help Wanted of somebody to help make like cool promo videos and stuff. That would be fun. Like Luke helps me a lot with editing, but you know, I can't bother him. He does so many videos for a week. And he's trying to do his own thing. I don't want to keep bothering him to do more promotional stuff too. So if anybody's interested in helping out with that, those little vids I think are nice and shareable. Like I used to do them all the time for SS1. I'd do like trailers for some of our patches and stuff. It was a lot of fun, but it takes too much time given how much stuff we're trying to do with SS2 now. So I don't have the bandwidth for it personally. And then the third thing I want to talk about was, okay, you guys probably saw the objectives pop up. That is what I changed for the next patch. So before, there was like a miscellaneous objective saying recruit your allies, and it may have said who you could go through if you... I think what it did is it would tell you who you could recruit if you are already past the point of unlocking them, but if you weren't quite there, it wouldn't say it. So now the way the objectives work is they're all stored on this quest. They're all optional. And they'll either say request help, or they'll say gain trust. And then there's this generic recruit your allies option, which is going to stay there until you happen to. And then that'll only complete if you complete if you get all possible allies. So that would be recruiting the BOS, the Railroad Institute, Minutemen, Nightingales, and CPD. And then we want to eventually make it so that other mods can hook in. I don't know if you guys saw my tweet the other day, but and it was in Al Chesbreech's Let's Play recently. There's a mod, I think it's All Americans. It's like a biker gang quest mod about gunners. They actually have references to Algernon, which is so freaking cool. And we've talked about it on the team a couple of times. Like, it would be really cool if we had hooks in these types of quests for other mods to allow their factions to be recruited. I think that would be really awesome and should be pretty straightforward for us to do. And so I haven't added those hooks in, but if you are a mod author, or if you know a mod author who would like to get in on that, and definitely have them get in touch with me, because that would be something that I'd be up for pursuing, because I think this is like such a cool moment to be able to recruit help and have those people show up. So now we know exactly who we got to go to. We've got map markers on them. So this is how the quest changed. The other part of this quest that's changed is any of you guys who have done it already. Normally when you escort Lupe to the Rons, the quest ends. That's it. Now there's a new objective that gets added to the end, and it gives you a moment, like a actual pop-up to confirm and a way to reconfirm when you're done recruiting. So now you have as much, once you get to this point, you have as much time as you want to go recruit people so that you can actually get all the help. And I'm going to show you guys something that the better way to do this, and one of the other reasons that I wanted to change these objectives is that if Lupe is with you, that she actually adds extra, she has extra lines of dialogue to help with the recruitment. So she'll actually like speak up, or at least she's supposed to. I haven't tested that. So let's go test it. So we proceeded with Preston's quest line last week just for this case, because I wanted this to work. So now let's go see if make sure the Preston dialogue's working, and we'll see if Lupe chimes in, because she's got dialogue for it. No trick, are the gunner attacks on the settlement scaled at my level or the city plan level? So it's done by vanilla scaling. Vanilla scaling is a combination of the zone that you're in and the player level. So it's you'll definitely see your level will increase the power of the gunners, and but up to a cap based on the zone that they're in. Oh, see, this is Bethesda AI doing its magic of some of the NPCs getting just plopped down close to the center of the settlement, which is like right here. All right, let's talk to Preston and see what happens.
General, what's your opinion of the gunners?
There's no worse scum in the Commonwealth.
How are things going?
We're doing our best, and a lot of it has to do with your example.
I need your help to attack the gunners.
Of course, you can count on the Minutemen to be there to help.
I appreciate the backup.
Don't worry. We'll show these gunners what happens when they go up against the Minutemen.
Jacob told me you were the general of the Minutemen. It explains a lot about you.
So just little flavor. Lupe just throws in a line or two in some of the little things, just so you know she's with you. Which I love that our writers do stuff like that, like to take the time, because that's really like that little stuff is the difference between a like a Bethesda RPG and like a typical game that just has dialogue in it. Is taking into account a lot of that little stuff. I really appreciate that. I know we're not always consistent with how much we do that, but I know in the main quest line they've been trying to do it a lot, which is awesome. But basically just like, you know, acknowledging the stuff you've done, because that was one of the things when I saw that thing that All Americans did. I was so happy to see that, and I wish we did more of it ourselves, because it adds a lot to your immersion to think that the mods are aware of each other, because it's not about the mods, right? It's about people in the game world knowing what you've done as the player. Like, what has your character done? And so, like, when they don't acknowledge obvious things, you know, it's jarring. That's one of the reasons, for any of you guys who are old school players of SS1 and you know about all the stuff, if you've ever wondered why things like, why isn't the Helios 1 from Industrial Revolution in SS2? And it's because that's an elephant in the room, right? You can't, like, we have this problem with gunners and like whatnot. Why doesn't Jake and company just say, well, why don't we just activate your Helios 1 tower and just blast them to oblivion? Like, we don't want that to be the solution, so we can't introduce our own plot hole with the stuff. So like, obviously, like, add-on packs can add whatever they want and they can do that, but
no more messages for you yet.
Thanks, Shandy. Anyway, so like we try to put some thought into that, and it feels really good to me. So it was really fun to see another mod do that, and it's really fun to see
Thank you for all your
Lupe
help.
acknowledging
Appreciate
our little factions that we're talking to.
How are things going?
Okay, but you look like you need to ask something more important than that.
What's your opinion of the gunners?
So many crimes have been committed by individuals who use the identity of a gunner as a shield. With everything that's happened of late, I think the world could do well without them. But why do you ask?
I need your help to attack the gunners.
You're planning to take on the gunners? Like, really take on the gunners? Well, I guess we have a duty to back you up in this. They do have a lot of crimes to answer for. Yes, I'll talk to Jared. Get him organizing some uniforms to be ready when you are. When the time comes, you'll have your backup.
Sounds good. I'd appreciate the company.
Well, good luck. And I hope your plan works out, for everyone's sake.
Oh, Lupe didn't make it in. She probably isn't set up as a standard companion, so it wasn't teleported in here. That's one of those. That's one of the, I think I saw somebody comment about Lupe doesn't go into the Institute. Yeah, and it doesn't look like she comes in here either. Oh no, there she is. She was just too far away. So like, if for her to comment, she has to be pretty close. So if her AI decides to wander off, but I'm pretty sure she has a thing to say about everything. But maybe she only has stuff to say about the major factions. I don't recall. Thank you, CPD officer. That's always really jarring to hear. When I can tell it's somebody else is on the team's voice, because then it's like, wait, are they? Did I get them on the stream and I forgot? That's Sir Rick's voice doing that, officer. So, is it not trick? Is it better to finish the main villain quest before doing HQ? No, you don't have to. We actually support it no matter what. In fact, all of SS2, there's like probably 6 different points where it will acknowledge you like completed the main quest. So if you decided to complete the main quest earlier on our story, we'll still we have the dialogue to handle that, to make sure that it continues on. I know there's some condition issues right now with
All's well, I hope.
With Jake referencing stuff that happened with Institute. I know he does it in weird orders right now, and someone sent me a save to resolve that. I just haven't had a chance to look at it, so thank you to whoever sent me that save, and I will get to it eventually. Yeah, that's always a consideration. We want to make sure if you want to complete the vanilla quest, you can. If you don't, you don't. And no matter what you do, we will try and say that's cool. So I will say that by completing the vanilla quest, you'll get help from. So another thing we talked about on this recruitment quest. So I haven't done any of the main quests really, which is why on my optional objectives, we didn't have anything about asking the Brotherhood, the Railroad, or Institute, because I haven't met any of them in my playthrough. If you had met them, it would ask you to get their trust level up. So there's this little behind-the-scenes system in this quest that most people probably won't notice. But if you take all those 3 factions just a little of the way, you can get representatives from each of them. So you can actually have like a BOS Sentinel and Paladin or whatever, and you can have a Railroad Heavy and like some Institute Synths all at the same time. But if you take the quest to completion, so say you like destroy the Institute with the Brotherhood and the Railroad's gone or whatever, you'll get extra Brotherhood of Steel at the battle. So you'll recruit extra Brotherhood or whatever. Same thing with Railroad and same thing with Institute. If you finished the game, you'll see extra troops when you get to our battle for GNN.
Hey,
here we go.
You're always a welcome sight. After everything that's happened,
this is the only one I haven't tested yet. I'll say hope it works. Well, I haven't tested the vanilla ones either. I tested Minutemen, CPD, because I had those ready. I forgot to test Nightingales in this before the stream.
Raphael's taken to organizing the volunteers for regular patrols. I don't know where he found the sudden enthusiasm, but we're safer for it. Ellis has been quiet as of late, but I've never seen him this focused before. If he keeps up, he'll fill Cassandra's shoes in no time. It's hard to imagine the Nightingales without Cassandra. I understand why she wants to leave, but part of me wants to beg her to stay. In any case, there is one more thing. When we first met, I said this would be a bit of an investment, and it's time for us to give back to you. Cassandra hasn't moved on quite yet, so if you ever find yourself with a position for a researcher, you should ask her. She'd love a new challenge. I also know Cersei talked to you about getting out to your settlements and helping with medical needs. That's a great idea if you have the room. And as a personal thank you, I will start stocking a cache here at the hospital for your use. You're always welcome to rest and heal here.
Thank you,
Hey.
Donna.
Hey, good to see you. Oh, and you have a friend with you. Hey, welcome to our hospital.
Oh, hello.
Did you need anything?
What's your opinion of the Gunners?
Not my place to have an opinion on them. They don't shoot at us, and we occasionally treat them same as anyone. Why? What's this all about?
How are things going?
Attack the Gunners.
Oh, I must have screwed up the dialogue tree there. Whoops.
Taking a side in this conflict.
That was not what I asked at all, Fiona.
That said, I do recognize what you're trying to do. We're bound to offer aid to any side that's left standing, but Gunners haven't asked for it. I'll see about getting a cache of medical supplies to your people. I'd ask that you spare anyone that surrenders, but I know it's out of my hands.
Thanks for nothing you owe me, that's it. No, we'll just say thank you.
I'm sure that'll come in handy.
I wish you luck. For what it's worth, I believe you're on the right side of things.
Okay, so Nightingales turn us down, which is understandable. And she also mentioned there's a cache here, so now I want to go rob that. Hey, Raph, what about you?
Hey, don't take this the wrong way, but you're sharper than I thought. Didn't figure that shit with the Rabid Raider would shake out this even. Could've just blamed me and called it a night. But you did it. Thanks for that.
I don't remember if we already had this conversation and it's bugged, or if this is just the first time if I just forgot to talk to him afterward.
What will you do now?
I figure this is the cushiest I've been in my whole life. Time to put the work in and keep it that way. Train volunteers to stop dropping ammo when reloading. Patrol around the block. Can't rely on those idiots from Diamond City all the way out here.
It was the right thing to do.
If you say so. Me, I ain't seen a right thing to do in my entire life. Just things to do. And then do some more. Though, guess between you and the Nightingales, I'm starting to think maybe I just never looked hard enough. Don't know what I would have done if I had to leave. Probably crawled back to the same old shit I used to do. And died doing it. Just, thanks.
I'm the best.
It all worked out in the end.
Yeah, guess it did.
Man, I just lost my train of thought. I had another thought to bring in about that. I feel like we did that conversation last time, but I've been doing so much testing lately, like with my Let's Play saves. They've been a great source for bug fixing that I may be wrong. Oh, we've got some random patients in here. That's always cool to see. And let's see, do we have any... Where's the cache? I don't remember where they put it. I don't want... What? Who said that? I guess he's got trade. That's interesting. Mask Bay Medical Storage. I'm sure that they're, like, knowing SAG who does implementation, there is a cache somewhere in here where I can just score some free loot. Because Fiona just said there was. If anybody knows where it is, I'll go grab it. Otherwise, we're going to go... Do we have any more people to talk to? Because I don't think I'm going to do any more of the main quest to get the other guys. But I just wanted to show you guys the new objectives now to make sure people don't miss it. Because I think I watched enough people play through it where they just didn't know. Like, it wasn't clear to them that they were about to run out of time to recruit. So now it should be a little more clear-cut.
You're not still using that mortar and pestle.
The white locker that I already looked at. I know that that's one thing, but I know she just said something else, so I thought there was another cache we could get. No, that one's not lootable. Okay. Off we go. Alright, Lupe, let's go meet the Ron.
Chunks. Slimy chunks.
I love those random conversations between characters. Those are always fun. I see you guys were talking earlier about joining the Gunners. That, man, I have so much respect for Fallout 4's main quest line. The fact that they created all those storylines for you to do that, to side with whoever you want. Like, that's so much work. So much work. Like, it's just not in our... We just don't have the bandwidth for that. My God, that would be a lot of work. I mean, like, already we had to break our story into 3 chapters to make sure we could get it done. So I can't fathom doing effectively that again for playing the other side. Like, wow. Plus, you know, if you wanted to do it right, it wouldn't just be picking sides. It would be like interweaving and having those moments where you could change your mind. Like, whew, so much. Granted, Bethesda has, you know, probably had 500 people working on Fallout 4 versus, you know, our team is like, you know, we have maybe... I'd say 10. You know, I mean, I know our core team, I think last I counted, people who contribute fairly regularly to stuff, are about 20. And then we have God knows how many voice actors, but still far cry from the amount of people Bethesda has. No, so I think one of the... Somebody, Z-Game said maybe the cache will be waiting at the staging point. So I know one of the things where... There were a couple things where we had one thing planned and we ended up implementing them slightly different than the dialogue called for. So one of the things is if you caught wind of Simon's dialogue, it kind of hinted that he'd be sending off like unnamed officers. But then when we realized we couldn't send as many people as we hoped, like in our heads we were like, oh yeah, you'll have like dozens of people. But in reality, the game will only control the AI for about 40 NPCs at a time. So we couldn't really just send an army for every faction. It just wouldn't work. So when we knew we could only send a couple of people, SAG had the idea of just like, well, let's just send the coolest people from CPD. So we just send, I think we send Jared, Simon, and Lena. So you get like the original 3 you met, which also makes sense if you just met them and you don't have, and you know, they haven't established all their offices. Then, you know, having a bunch of random officers would feel very awkward. So I think maybe you get 1 generic officer, but I'm pretty sure it's just those 3 now. And then another one that changed was instead of just a cache, the Nightingales do send, I think they send 1 Nightingale, but I think they're set to not fight. And I think the idea is they just kind of, they're supposed to be there. They don't, I don't know if they actually do anything, because setting up healing mechanics is, you know, this game's not designed for that, but I could be wrong. I know a Nightingale does show up, and I think a Nightingale merc shows up too. So, you know, you can kind of, in your head canon, assume that Raph sent someone to help too.
Hey there.
Oh, yeah! Is it just me, or did it just get a lot cooler in here? Don't leave a cat hanging now. Give me some skin.
How are you feeling?
After a little medical intervention and some R&R, the Ron is feeling much better. Thank you for asking. Hey, before we get started with anything, I just want to say I heard you rescued Jake. I'm glad. And I'm glad you came out okay too. The Ron is real sorry for ratting you guys out. If there's anything I could do to make it up to you, you just let the Ron know. Alright? I really am sorry.
Yeah, I see it's Velen. I see your conversation about the Ron. I agree with that. I think the voice actor, you know, it felt like a joke character in chapter 1, and so I think he was just being silly with it. And then I think when he started getting some, you know, he's got a more serious role and everything, and we give him a bigger part. Then I think Kobus, our voice director, spent more time working with the actor to kind of figure out a voice for the character, so he's not just, you know, all Looney Tunes, like that. He's got a little bit of heart to him.
Hey, the important thing is you're trying to make up for it.
Thanks. That means a lot. The Ron doesn't have many friends, and the ones I do have, they mean a lot to me. Even though I let him down, I consider Jake a good friend. And if it's not overstepping some boundaries, I consider you a good friend too. Well, now that's out of the way, let's get down to what the Ron does best. It's time for some business. Oh yeah! That is why you're here, right?
Go ahead, speak.
Hello.
Hello to you, little lady, and welcome to the Ron's Information Emporium. I am the Ron, Chief Proprietor, Consecutive Employee of the Month, and Information Broker Extraordinaire. Whether you've got information to buy or you got information to sell, I'm the one you want to come see. I'm the Ron, baby. Oh yeah!
Okay.
Oh, that hits so good. I love Lupe's reaction to his salesman pitch. Ease up, Ron.
Down, pal.
Oh.
Sorry, Ron.
Well, you see, we're kind of going to attack the Gunners. So we need a layout of their base. The Gunners Plaza. The more details, the better.
Oh, you mean the old GNN headquarters. Sure. Just give me a minute. I know I've got something here.
You're not going to ask about the attack?
Don't ask, don't tell. When it comes to my clients, it's a motto the Ron tries to follow.
Don't mind me, Ron. Just gonna borrow some ammo.
After what the Gunners did to Jake, I'd say they have this coming. Now,
I think dog meat's like right up in his business.
General Atomics, GDA Fusion, Gary's Discount Galoshes. Aha! Galaxy News Network. This folder here should have everything you need. There's labor records, financial reports, and what I think will be most useful for you, building blueprints. Here, on the house, courtesy of the Ron.
I think you can do better than that.
I've no more info on the GNN building, but I have been gathering info on the Gunners. Decided to update my records on the current big players within the group. Here, you can have a copy of the dossiers I put together.
What kinds of blueprints?
From what I read, seems after disregarding certain safety regulations, GNN were forced to change and resubmit their building plans. And that is what you are holding. Pre-war blueprints, detailing the complete layout of what is now the Gunners Plaza.
Thanks. You were a big help.
Ask, and you shall receive.
I'm amazed you had something like this. It's exactly what we need.
What next?
If it's okay with you, I'm gonna stay here. I should update these blueprints, note down all the changes and defenses the Gunners have made. That is, if Mr. Ron doesn't mind me staying?
It's the Ron. I'll go find you some pencils.
Are you sure?
I think it's for the best. We don't have much time, and Mr. the Ron might still have more useful information. Once I'm done, I'll head back to Concord. I guess I'll hire a merc or something to bring me back.
Nonsense. The Ron will make sure the little lady gets back safe and sound. After all, it's bad business letting good clients get killed.
Oh, okay then. I guess I'll see you later.
Okay, so here's a point where the quest changes a bit. So this is return to Jake. Oops, I forgot to clear the objective on Ron. Oh well, that'll be. I mean, jot that down on my notes for tomorrow. So a couple things. So you guys are asking who he's inspired by. Shortwind says, was he inspired from the dude in the movie The Big Lebowski? I think I saw some other mentions of characters like Johnny Bravo and stuff. So the Ron is actually based off of. So I've told this story before, but I'll just briefly tell it again. The SS2 story was in development back before Rise of the Commonwealth for SS1 came out. And originally it was the two people who were working on the story outline and like starting to put it together and getting the early character development done were Poet and Soul Reaver. And Poet left at some point due to life circumstances changing, and then Sir Rick joined Soul Reaver to work on the quest. And Soul Reaver, one of his real life buddies, was the inspiration for the Ron. I don't know who Sir Rick uses now as his motivator, like who he pulls from for the character, but that was actually the original character was like based on someone this guy knows in real life, who referred to himself as the, and whatever his real name is, I don't remember anymore. So this was based on someone who actually exists in the world. Let's see here. Final recruit tree beat bug I have written down. Let's see, I gotta fix Ron objective marker NQ21 stuck. Okay, let's go back so I can show you guys how this next part works in the changes for the next patch. So some of this stuff, these like this go return to Jake, this is only in the beta patch that I have right now, and it will be live this Friday in the 2.11 patch. I am doing great. Thank you for asking, Sandy. I am showing off some changes coming in the patch as we play through my playthrough. What I'm debating right now is whether or not we try and do the battle, because you guys know how I am in combat, and the battle for GNN is probably the toughest encounter available in Fallout 4 right now, regardless of your load order, because it's just like we tuned it like crazy because we knew you were going to have tons of NPCs with, and we wanted it to be a challenge. We wanted it to be like a nice change of pace from you know, the building and stuff you have in SS2. And it's always fun to have like a big battle because we can make your character so damn OP. You know, you can challenge yourself once in a while. So what happens when you get back here, you see there is no Jake, and the message is on a note. You read it, and it says push this button. So, and then basically that switches, and then the objective should update in a second here. Yep, activate the ham radio to send signal to Jake and Aiden, and then you activate this. Oh, we'll take the circuitry, and now you get your final notice. So you can actually be like, no, I need more time. So now you can go work on the rest of this objective. So you can see I added this new objective. Oh, yeah, see, escort to the Rons didn't get completed. So I have that. That's the note I took. But recruit your allies. That will stay up until you manage to find all available allies. So since I'm not going to go do those main quests, I'm going to go ahead and say, yes, I'm finished recruiting. And then that pop-up also reminded players, hey, they'll get back to you in day or two when everything's ready, because people will probably be wondering like, okay, when's the next quest start? And it actually takes, I think it's a 48-hour timer, which is good because I'm not ready to do it yet. So I think we're gonna go tinker around with settlements. I feel like I need to start an episode of that, because it could take like an entire Wednesday night for me to get through that quest with how many times I'm likely to die. So I don't think starting at 10 o'clock is a good idea. So let's head over to our bounce around our settlements. One of the other things I did today is I activated Rise of the Commonwealth. I've been talking about this for a couple of videos now, or a couple of streams now, that there's a lot of people who complain about issues with Rise of the Commonwealth, and I haven't experienced them, so I'm hoping we can replicate them. So if anybody has any recommendations for problematic Rise of the Commonwealth city plans that they'd like to see me reenact, now's the time to bring those up. Make some suggestions. I don't want to replace any of them that I've already set up, but if I've got any empty settlements, excluding Red Rocket, because I don't want a Triangle of Death myself, but if there's any settlements out there that I can go grab real quick and then run the ROTC plan, I will happily do so, and then maybe we can find some issues. It'll especially be interesting now that we have a lot of the city plan code changes in place from the last patch, so that things should build up. So we'll eventually see the higher levels of the city plan, regardless of how much attention I pay to them. All right, let's pop up in here. Yeah, let's check how everything's going on, because I ruined our settlement setup when I changed over to those CBD plots, because we lost 2 level 3 plots. Yeah, see, now it says 10 defense. Something's going awry. Let's figure out what's going on here. And our power cratered too. Yeah, we got some bugs to fix here. Let's see, you're unpowered. Oh, they're going to produce crazy defense. Okay, well that might have been worth the swap then for the level 3. I think it's pretty close. I think if you go to advanced level 1, it's similar to... Oh man, everything lost power. Where is our municipal? Alright, let's see here. Well, let's go ahead and trigger some grid updates. So one of the things you can do is just building some power or setting up some wires usually will update the power grid. So, oh, we've got some negative numbers there. Food 99, water 999. Something is going awry. Alright, we're going to hang out in the settlement for a minute. So sometimes when this happens, you just need to give the game a minute to catch up. It's probably recalculating a bunch of stats. We should not be seeing any negative numbers. Yeah, there's definitely some script lag. We're going to let this chill. Alright, I'm going to go to some chat while we're waiting for this to do its thing. Longfellows from Gavman. Oh, yeah, that's a great idea. I don't have... But unfortunately, that'll be difficult to do without me going through and doing a bunch of... I guess I could cheat it. I could just COC there, because I'm definitely not going to play through Far Harbor on this character. Did something get damaged in the attack? It's possible. I don't find that very likely, though. I think... So looking at like all my numbers going to hell right here, like it was 999, 999, like something went awry. Let's see here. Alright, well, let's just start by building some power and see if we can get that fixed, because maybe that's all it's going to turn out to be. I shouldn't have negatives, though. That's concerning. Alright, let's get out of workshop mode. Pop back in. Yeah, the negative numbers have me worried. Let me go over here. Well, this is probably useful for some. I'm sure some of you guys have experienced the same thing and are looking for solutions. So let's go... This is how I will troubleshoot this. I'm going to first go over here, and we're going to grab my workbench in console, and we're going to go get value water. Oh, I got to look up what the value of water is. Help water for AVIF. All right, let's see. What is the ID for water? It is 332. So get value 332. Let's see, what is the settlement? Yeah, the settlement thinks it has -5 water right now. Where could -5 water be coming from? So the thing with, what do you got in your mouth? Is he carrying a pipe pistol? He's carrying a hunting rifle. Can you drop that? No? Okay. So the interesting thing with the way the workshop system works is it takes all the numbers on your different workshop items and it combines them together to make one number on the workshop. So actually what I think the actual issue is, I think it's probably from the caravan. I'm betting that we're sharing out more than we have. Yeah, see, there goes the food. It just updated to 36. So I think what's going on here is there's just a bunch of stuff updating. My bet is we had something like we were sharing excess food and water, and then I broke things by reassigning people, and now my settlement is just like trying to recalculate everything right now. So once the sharing gets updated, it'll fix itself. So what we're gonna, I guess what we'll do in the meantime is just sort out our power situation, because that will inevitably sort of fix a lot of this stuff. So let's figure out what needs power. And we're going to have to build some vanilla power here to resolve this. Hopefully I got... Nope, we're cheating. Cheat mode. Because it could take weeks in-game for me to sort this out otherwise. So let's go ahead and build you guys a generator. And let's make sure our whole thing is connected via a grid here, because that could also be an issue. I don't know if we've got a full cycle grid. So let's go to some power items here. What do we got for options? Is there a good street lamp right here that I can replace this nasty thing with? Yeah, we can replace it with a real one. There we go. How about you? Can I get you wired to here? And you over... Nope, can't quite reach. How about if I pick you up and move you? There we go. Still not enough power. Okay. Okay, there's our municipal power grid. Okay, we got 120 coming from SS2 power. Oh, you don't even have enough power. I don't even have enough to run the beacon. This isn't getting power. Man, we are all kinds of jacked on power here. I guess the biggest power drains are going to be those two, but they're not even powered right now. That's the other thing, is the advanced and high tech no, they're not even that big. They're not even that bad yet. I don't know where are our big power drains. This sucker, this guy's drinking power like it's his job. Yeah, we're gonna need to get to some advanced power soon. I think I have. Let's see, what level is this guy at? Let's pop in here. View details. He's level 2. Generating power 45. And I think I got another one over here. What level are you at? Level 3. Okay, this one's at level 3. I don't remember. I think we need to get 3. I want to say we need 3. Maybe it's more than that. It might be significantly more, to be honest with you. We might need to get a bunch. I might need to go put power plants all over so we can unlock advanced power, because we're going to need it. Like, we are pushing the bounds in this settlement. This is one of the reasons I put so many controls in the game, so you guys can, if you're like, I don't have time for all that, you can just turn off the stuff you don't want to deal with. In my case, I just want to show off how you do all this stuff, so I'm only cheating in not spending the time collecting resources to build in workshop mode. Let's build some random generators here. Oscar-N171, thank you for another donation. Let's see, Fallout London and Miami look really promising. Considering so many other projects have fallen by the wayside, what's the secret to keeping a team together and getting a big mod completed? Also, you're looking forward to London and Miami. Yeah, I'll answer that first. Yes, I'm definitely looking forward to London and Miami. I know, well, I can't say for sure. I've spoken to them in the past, to a couple of different people on their team, and it seems like they're interested in pursuing the chapter method that we did. And I think that's part of our secret, is like we try and release something every year, which keeps everybody on the team motivated, because it's really hard to go for multiple years on a project and not, especially when you know the failure rate of mod teams. Like, that's the other thing, is like just the existence of other failures in modding communities is works against future mods from succeeding, because then the odds are just stacked against you. You just assume like, oh, most mod projects fail, so if you see one that's missing its targets, like we miss our targets all the time. I make up crazy targets for our team all the time, and oh, here's why everything fell apart. We lost power to our municipal. Anyway, so yeah, I'm looking forward to those. I would say the secret is releasing content. Like, that's such a huge boon. So I highly recommend any mod teams out there switch to a chapter release schedule. It's requires you mess with your story some, but it's more likely you'll get the thing done. That's my experience anyway. Like, I've worked on a lot of mod teams in my life, and this is the one that has had the most success, and I think it's because we release stuff all the time. All right, we're gonna cut. I want to cut this. I'm trying to cut all these other plots off from the caravan services. I'm going to give it its own private generator. so that this cannot happen again. So you're gonna cut from here, and you're gonna cut from here, and let's give them their own little generator. Here you go. You're gonna get excess power because it's that important to me that you never lose power. There we go. Okay, now he's got 10 power. Now that should reconnect us to the caravan network. Let's see, what else do we need here? Oh, I see all sorts of tag king gas. Upgrade your shotgun, upgrade your shotgun, upgrade your shotgun, everybody's telling me. I don't think I have enough gear. I don't have enough equipment for that. I need to go buy a bunch of shipments before I'm gonna be able to do that. Alright, power up to 212. Oh, you know what? I wonder if we had a grid corruption and it got reset. That would not shock me either. Because Workshop Framework does it silently. I wonder if I should probably add a pop-up to Workshop Framework. It's really irritating to get those pop-ups, but it would be nice to know for moments like this where it's like, I don't know if there's something broken. So when you get a grid corruption, the solution is to rewire everything, which I'm not going to sit here and do that on camera. So I guess we're going to give up on Sanctuary for today. Maybe I'll... I keep saying I'm going to do stuff off camera, and I don't have time to do anything off camera. We're definitely going to... I'm going to have to come back here and mess with this. This is clearly... There's something horribly awry, and that I'm just not interested in dealing with right now. Okay, so let's go... I'm in... the God mode, as far as I know, doesn't work with the regular crafting. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I haven't heard any... maybe did I miss any requests besides Longfellows for specific ROTC settlement plans you guys would like to see? Any city plans? Because otherwise I'll just pick one arbitrarily. Because I just want to see... everybody saying upgrade that shotgun. Yeah, just about 4,000 posts of upgrade your shotgun. Spawn in one of every shipment. Oh, that's nice. Starlight. Okay, I was going to do Starlight. Did I have anything? I might already have something in Starlight, but if it's just our basic city plan, I guess I can replace it. It's not doing much. Covenant, I would need to complete the quest first, which I don't really want to do. So Starlight will work. We can tear down this place. There's nothing going on here. Now I'm thinking about it. Starlight's not a good one. Mostly because I wouldn't be shocked if there's just bugs in that because of the way the designer did that place. Let me think of another one. Because the designer of Starlight also designed Sanctuary and Murkwater, and I think one other one. And he liked to do what I would call painting in settlement mode. He loved to layer items on top of each other to make something that looked like something else. And I loved the style. Those are the ones I get the most complaints about weirdness with nav mesh and stuff, and it's because of his design style. So, all right, I'm getting requests for Hangman's Alley. Hangman's Alley is a great one. It just looks beautiful. The Slog, yeah, I think Hangman's Alley is a good idea. But I guess I was asking for specifically, do you guys have any you know of that were problematic? That's really what I'm looking for, because if you guys have examples of ones that are broken, then it'd be nice to go show that on camera so that I can have an exact fix for. But yeah, Hangman's Alley has a really cool plan. That's... Nukesell, the pink shaded windows, are you using an AMD card by any chance? Because we cannot replicate the pink windows, but I've seen it on a couple of Let's Plays, but not everybody's. So I assume that it's something like... Because it's a vanilla texture too, that's what's weird. So like there's got to be some pattern between people who are having that issue, and oh god. Nope, we're not going to fight with... Alright. Where's your arm? I want to pop that nuke in your hand. There we go. That is so satisfying every time. Alright, this is not what I'm here for. I'm here to go to Hangman's Alley, which should be just a little bit north up here. Yeah, not interested. I think I have a couple points in stealth. I should be able to just walk away from this. Yeah, I wonder if it's an AMD rendering issue with the textures, and that would explain why only some people have the issue. I think Hangman's is up this way.
Need patching up?
Let's check
see what
barter.
you
Let's
have.
see if I fixed barter
There
yet.
you go.
I'm guessing no. Nope. Still haven't fixed it. Sorry, guys. Oh no, Hangman's has got to be over this way.
You should get inside the city.
Yeah, wrong way. Thank you, guys.
Looking for Diamond City?
Yeah, the design that Strong did for Strong, I think Strong. I can't remember which ones had help. We can look at the list. We tried to put, we tried to give everybody credit on the city plans. But the design Strong did for Hangman's Alley is insane. I really wish, I wish we also had ported the complex versions of the city plans, but it would have been too much work. Because man, the complex version of Hangman's Alley. There's a YouTube video touring it if any of you guys wants to see like the full blown version. Because what I'm going to show you is like the toned down version of the ROTC city plans. All of them we had to cut a little bit from because it was melting everyone's PCs, not just Xbox. So we had to reduce the amount of stuff in a lot of these settlement city plans. All right, see if we can pop them from up here. Hello. Oh, wrong person, but I'll take it. Come on, peek, peek. I keep hitting the wrong. I'm aiming for this lady, and I keep hitting her friends. How many are left back there? There's at least two. I heard two different voices. I am not good at leading targets, clearly. All right, easiest lockpick ever. Nice. Where'd you go? I just saw him and he disappeared on me. Oh, there you are. No, that's not the one I saw. There must be two left. Alright, enough of this. There we go. My shotgun is so bad right now. I know why you guys are saying upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. I could have sworn I saw a guy with like a gas mask on or something. Maybe I'm crazy. Alright. Got ourselves some hangmans. I'll reload all these while we're looting away. Oh, there he is. Like, where'd that dude go that I just fought? Unlock you. Let's see, we get another easy one? No, not so lucky. Yeah, that's close enough. Wow, I have a lot of bobby guns. Alright, let's hop in here. Oh yeah, I'm gonna have to go back to God mode for building, because I did not bring myself a packed city planner's desk. Alright, let's manage city. Oh, we don't have any settlers. Alright, well, we're going to cheat that too. Call quest function SS2, NPC, recruitment manager, settlers. Come on. Give us a leader, please. I don't remember where settlers spawn for hangmans. Is it over here? There we are. Congratulations, randomly spawned settler. You're now in charge. Oh no, I want to make sure I select the right city plan. Select city plan. Not Hangman's. Here we go. ROTC Hangman's Bay. Okay, so Strong with designer. Oh, I was involved. I don't even remember what I did in this. I probably did the bad job. We had a job on each of the city plans, which was to go through and fix the nav mesh, and that was probably what I did on this, which just involved like walking NPCs through and testing, because I couldn't have done much. I did very little actual design work on here, but my name's on it, so I must have done something. I don't remember what though. What does the designer description say? Regression artist. Oh, that's what I did. I did the earlier levels. So I did levels 0, 2, and 1, but strong design the main thing. Tank thing helped with it. Scratched optimized it. Cynical and Ethron designed the signs, and then I really need to go back. I want to go back and edit these messages and add in who ported them, because I think that was a lot of work they did. I said that last screen. It's going to take me a while to get all that in. Unlimited things to do, limited time to do them. All right, let's use this. Yes, pay and build. Away we go. Yeah, those AMD pink textures, like that's one of those, like we had it at some point in development with our those floating icons, like the little plot icons. We found when we were in alpha or beta, still we had anybody with an AMD card had like real weird display issues with the with those icons, and we managed to fix it. But the glass, I'm positive is a vanilla texture, so it's gonna be a little more tricky to fix. Jim Simon, thank you for the donation, says, what does a packed planner's desk offer versus just placing a new desk? There's no difference. It's just a matter of when you come to a new settlement, the settlement usually doesn't have enough resources to build a planner's desk. So the idea is you build one in one of your settlements that has a bunch of resources, pack up the desk, take it with you, and go drop it in your new settlement. So a packed city planner's desk plus 20 ASAM sensors, and you got yourself Insta City. My bet, Yagi, is that's an intentional 2 on it for chapter 2, but I haven't confirmed. I'd have to ask Ruins who does those animations if that was an intentional 2 or if that was a mistake reusing assets or something. I don't know. One of the things I gotta remember to talk to Ruins. I want to add. So for you guys who played Conqueror, or if you guys have seen the Defend quests, even in this chapter 2, you guys have probably all seen those, because I'll talk about how you get spammed by the gunners until you complete the attack on HQ, or on GNN. Those ones are actually housed, those quests are actually housed in Workshop Framework. There's a system that I put in so other mods could use it for doing the assaults like we did in Conqueror, but like where they could come up with their own sets of rules. So a lot of the rules that run Conqueror were controlled by Conqueror, but the basic idea of attacking a settlement with a group and then being able to take control of it, that's actually all that code is in Workshop Framework, for the sake of, I thought it would be cool for other mods to do their own takes on that. Those I think could use some icons so that we have like some attack and defend icons. I think would be cool for that. Thank you, Starmuck. I love cinematic mode. I remember it was one of those features where I coded it in and it was like, this is like such a waste of time. It doesn't add any technical benefit, but it's so beautiful. And it does help. It did provide the benefit of passing the time while you're waiting for the settlement to build. Otherwise, people get bored. But I remember when the testers first saw this, they like kept commenting in the testing channels like, I just keep rebuilding my city plans over and over again so I can see cinematic mode, like for no benefit. I was like, okay, good, that was worth the effort. It's hard to know all the time like how much effort to put on like visual flourishes and like flexes versus just focusing on, tight mechanics and stuff and bug fixing. But there's a certain amount of, putting in visual flourish where it's worth it. Hey, and there's another thing we added in the patch. So this is coming in the patch too. I talked about the lock system. So the way it works is settlement. There's like 6 settlements that have been quests in DLC or vanilla that we know can break from certain city plans. And so in SS1, we had a lock system where in order to use those city plans, you had to like confirm, like you have to just answer a prompt that says you were aware of the risks and you're okay with them. Because we didn't want players to get mad at us for breaking their things. And I brought that back. But now, because we have the unlock system, once you use your first city plan, or you complete, what is it? I think it's when you use your first city plan after the patch, then it will go through and do unlocks for any of them where you've completed the quest for. And then going forward after that, then each time you do the quests, it'll also unlock it. So like if I went through the Minutemen and did the castle quests right now, then I would get this pop up for the castle. And basically it's saying you won't get that locked warning anymore for Red Rocket. And since I have dog meat, I won't get that locked warning anymore if I try to do a city planet. Whoop. Let's see. Can I get... Nope, he's not, no physics for you, buddy. All right, okay, that's fair. So this is level 0 of Hangman's. And you know, it's not particularly impressive, other than it's impressive that somebody figured out how to do a series of walkways that allowed for this many plots. But man, when you see this thing at level 3, it's nutty good. And thankfully, since we're using the new 2.1.0 rules, in 10 days we will see level 1. So we'll have to keep an eye out when we get the settlers have made some improvements in Hangman's Alley, and go check this out so I can show us off. But if you don't want to wait for it, if you're impatient, you can actually find all of this in a tour video that Strong himself does on his YouTube channel. If you just search for Hangman's Alley, Rise of the Commonwealth, you'll find a tour video. Okay, so let's see here. In the back of my mind, I'm like, man, I wish we could fix Sanctuary right now, but I don't have the patience to sit there and go. Like I feel like if I sit there and run around redoing the what do you call it, the power grid, maybe I can. Let's try it. I'm gonna go play around with the power grid, and I'm gonna just hang out and talk with you guys. We're gonna go Q&A mode, and I'm gonna see if I can successfully do this in the background. It's a pretty mindless activity running a power grid, because basically I'm just gonna run around, scrap all the lines, and then rerun it all manually and see if that's usually all you need to do to reset a power grid. So we'll try that. So yeah, so now I'm basically done playing the game proper for the night, and we will pick up tomorrow with the Chapter 2 quest line. We'll go do the attack on GNN. I'll sleep or whatever I need to do to force the quest to trigger. So if you guys have any questions you want to ask me about the mod or whatever, or you just want to chat, just make sure you tag with @KingGath in your message, and those are the ones I'm going to read, because sometimes I fall way behind on chat and I don't want to have to read through every single message. So Karbach, you have place everywhere installed, right? Just enter workshop, hit insert, and scrap the body. Oh, you're right. Yeah, I could have done that. All right, well, let's get it daytime. So set game hour to 11, force weather to be 52A, and set time scale to 0.1. Oh, no. Oh, that can't be good. 0/1? That couldn't have made the game happy. All right, we're gonna save. No, let's see. I need to put that back to 20. Then we're gonna go save LP day. What are we on? 16 or 15? I can't remember. I want to say 16. Day 16. Rewiring. In case something goes awry here, then at least we don't lose progress in our story. All right, now let's put this, and now we'll begin to scrap some wires. Yeah, I could have gone and scrapped the body. I totally forgot about that. Firewood confirmed King Gath is streaming tomorrow. Oh, sorry, not tomorrow. Next Wednesday. Oh, Defense Sanctuary Hills! Because I just passed time. Alright, well, am I in TJM? Yes. Okay, good. Then I can just ignore them. My settlers will kill them eventually. Or it'll get too irritating for us to hear all the gunfire on stream, and we'll end up just doing a kill all hostile command. Let's see. Shadowzar77. Is it possible to integrate a multiracial recruitment system for SS2 settlers? I don't know what that means. If you're talking about like super mutants and stuff, or are you talking about like skin color of your settlers? I don't know what. You get more specific, and I'll answer it for you. I mean, I guess technically you could do any of those things, just depending on how much work you want to put into it. As far as getting like weird factions and stuff, I mean, we are going to offer, like, there are going to be possibilities with that when we get to the Chapter 3 mechanic. So there comes a gunner. Yeah, we're going to just do a kill all hostiles. I don't know if this will bug the quest, but I just don't want to deal with them. So yeah, anybody who's played Conqueror knows that you can do some pretty crazy stuff with your army in that stuff. All I'll say is with 3.0 mechanics, you're going to be able to do some weird stuff because we're loosening up the rules a lot that we had with Conqueror. So you're going to be able to do some weird stuff with 3.0, which I think you guys will appreciate. Like, it's an RPG, right? You want freedom. You want to be able to do cool stuff. Like, you know, it'll be some of the freedom will require you to headcanon like why this makes sense, but I think that's what we do when we play a Bethesda game. So we are definitely embracing the sandbox for 3.0 features. Let's see here. Nuke Cell, what is the limit on people at HQ? I'm at 51 max with 38 workers. So I think if you build the biggest rooms possible, so that would be like ignoring all of the rooms that are specific to the department heads, because we have like special room designs for our 6 major characters that you can do, but you can also use those rooms for like 4-person bunks instead. I think if you use the max size living quarters available for every room, I think you can get... What in the heck? Oh, more gunners still alive. I think you can get to 70 people right now. Our goal ultimately is to support 100, and we'll do that with and that will come in the form of when we finally open up things to add-on pack authors. So, and that will come basically as soon as we get to our so I have a mega HQ patch plan. So I have like a lot of stuff on paper all sorted out, like what we're gonna add, and a lot of the code already done, and it's just gonna be a time thing, because I've been focusing on, I said this last stream, is right now my focus for my coding efforts is on bug fixing for existing SS2 content and getting the 3.0 systems done that so that the rest of the team can get their stuff done for chapter 3. So those are my primary focus, but somewhere in there I'm going to squeeze in this HQ overhaul, and after we release the HQ overhaul, which, you know, gives the purpose, because there's a lot of departments in there that don't have a real clear purpose right now, and that's just because it was all push to cut content. But once I get all that done, then I will go finish the, what do we call it? The add-on, no, we changed the name of it. Is it Add-on Maker's Toolkit for SS2? Add-on Maker's Toolkit, I will go finish that. I actually already have most of the documentation done for HQ, and it's just, because I had to give it to our team, but it's probably really rough. It's like written a little more informal because I knew I could just answer questions. Whereas any of you guys who've gone through my tutorials know I like to be super thorough and not leave anything to ambiguity, so like I'm very wordy. And I want to go give the same treatment to the HQ stuff. So I'm going to leave that one because I wired it on stream already. So once we get the HQ stuff out to the community, I know there's a couple of people already who have told me they're very interested in making HQ rooms, and I'm sure they will fill the gap and make it so that almost every room can be living quarters. And then somebody out there is going to decide to make, like, here's a living quarters that just houses 20 people in a tiny room, so that you can, you know, push the limit. But I would say, based on the number of cells we have for HQ and the amount of AI that the game can handle at once, I would say you're going to run into like a limitation of 128 will be the final limit of HQ, and that just has to do with array limits in the game, because we're not going to build, because so you can break array limits. So this is code tech nonsense. If you're not interested in it, don't worry about it, or if it doesn't make any sense to you. But there's a limit for how many things of data you can store in a single variable. It's 128. And we have ways to get around that, but it's a lot of extra effort. And I don't anticipate anybody really wanting or having a system capable of handling more than 128 people in HQ, so I'm not going to build the code out for it. So we'll say 128 is going to end up being your hard limit on people. Right now, your soft limit's probably about 70 based on the room designs available, but that's not a permanent thing. That just happens to be like, those are the room designs that we shipped with that are available right now. But like I said, this is eventually... HQ is going to be the same as building plans, where anybody can just add new designs to it and purposes and stuff. Like, that was just what we shipped with. And that's one of the things I think is missing in HQ that makes it a little confusing, and sometimes, you know, people are like, what is going on with this design? Is that we knew that there was going to be add-on stuff for it, and so we left some holes in the design, because when we were planning it all out, I had no idea that we were going to put so much to cut content. That was just one of those unfortunate things that happens during development. Kaz Daddy, thank you for the donation. With HQ, is there a cheat code to hard refresh HQ rooms? Got a few rooms that have 2 designs left over each other. You can just activate the room control device, and then that has a refresh feature on it. That you can do. It's just like consider those HQ room controls. Those are kind of like ASAM sensors. In fact, if you talk to Jake a bunch, he has like a random conversation where he'll explain to you where those room control devices came from. I always thought that was a fun thing to do. To have, I try and twist Sir Rick's arm into like adding more dialogue to explain away certain things. Oh, our happiness is tanking. Let's see here. I'm trying to go back to chat and see how far back I screwed up. or I fell behind rather, because I forgot to highlight some chat. Here we go. Let's see, Sui, I don't know how you say that name, apologies. Any idea on how to fix Carnal not showing up in balance for Say Cheese? Or is there a patch coming for that? I looked it up and Carnal is already dead? That's weird. No, there's no, that wasn't a known issue. I didn't even know Carnal could die. Like, as far as I know, all of the NPCs are flagged as a, actually we can go check on that. Let's go do that and we'll come back and work on our little thing, because now I'm curious. Is Carnal flagged as... Actually, I can probably do it through here. Let's do it through console. We can go show quest variable SS2C2 dialogue Carnal. No, that's not the name of the quest. Is it Dylan? No. Okay, I gotta go over there and find him. All right. Well, we're in God mode, so we can just run over there. Let's go find out if Carnal is flagged as protected or essential, because we try to flag every one of our NPCs as either protected or essential. So protected means only the player can kill them, and essential means no one can kill them. Now I believe there's a quest where a moment where Carnal can die, depending on what you do, but I could be wrong about that. I don't remember how that, because the quest, we haven't been able to play it because it's bugged in my save. But I could be wrong. It might not be possible for her to die at all. Or him to die, whatever you want to call it. We don't, it's an undetermined gender on Carnal. Let's go over here and see what's going on. So I have a mod installed called Better Console F4 SE, and that will show you whether people are flagged as protected or essential, if I'm not mistaken. And Carnal should be fine in my save. Let's go check.
Carnal yelled at.
Well, Carnal's definitely alive. Let's see, are you in here? Nope. Usually Carnal's in the chemistry lab or sitting upstairs, because the super mutants have very few things they can actually use.
How's my favorite vault dweller?
Hello, Dylan. All right, so if I click on Carnal and then I hit Control, I get this little stuff over here. So let's see, flags. Is essential, false, is unique, true, is protected. Yeah, so Carnal is protected. So the only way Carnal could have died in your save is either you killed Carnal by accident, or there's a mod conflict, or that's the only thing I can think of, because the quest that I think Carnal can die in, as far as I know, is bugged for everyone. It's on my list to tackle. I just haven't gotten around, because I don't understand why it's bugged, because I went through and spent a lot of time in that quest, and it looks good in theory, but there's clearly something wrong. So yeah, I don't know how Carnal could die. My assumption is maybe an accident in a battle. Maybe you chucked a grenade at a raider and caught Carnal by mistake. I'm not sure, but no, there's no fix available for you killing those NPCs. Those quests are just dead. We should at some point. It's just like low priority, because I know most people won't kill those characters. We should set up fail conditions on quests when you kill those characters. That's one more thing for the list. So one day we'll hopefully have that. Let's see. James asks, could you go over briefly how the assigning and recreational plots work? Mainly rotating settlers in and out. What is the difference between ownership and occupants of said plots? So assigning recreational plots is done like any other plot. It's just done whenever the auto assign queue comes up. It does not rotate them. So like if, for example, if a guy gets to 10 charisma, he's not going to get rotated off of the charisma plot. You'd have to do that manually. It is one of those things like we hope to have at some point. And I know Pra has wrote really complex assignment optimization code. And unfortunately, it runs so slow. I mean, we're talking multiple minutes, that it's not going to be introduced via, like, we're not going to just replace our algorithm with that, because it would never finish running while you were there. So instead, we're going to introduce it as something in a patch in the future, where you'll have a special tool you can run this like assignment optimization, and it'll basically take it to a settlement and it will redo all of the assignment so that, and I think it's, if Pra watches this, he can correct me, but I think it's something like, If you have the training stats, it'll try and put the people using those plot types to those training. If people are already at max stat, it will move them out of those training plots. It like tries to intelligently assign everybody based on their stats and their other plot assignments. And then as far as ownership and occupants, there's really no difference. If you're talking about, you get that. So sometimes if you guys have ever manually assigned somebody to a multi-person plot, let me see if I have a multi-person that I can show you guys on. And since Sanctuary is already screwed up right now, I don't care if we mess up our assignments a little bit. Okay, there's one with 2. So if we take this person and we go try and assign... Oh, did I happen to grab... Yep, somebody has already assigned to that plot, so that won't work. Actually, well, I can show it to you anyway. It should give me a pop-up message saying, like, this person's already assigned. There's these pop-ups when you assign manually to a multi-person plot. Let's see if we get one for this person. It might not because they're already assigned. I might have to try and do somebody who's not assigned. Why are you not auto-assigned, Preston? All right, let's try you. We're gonna try putting him in this house. Here we go. So this plot's full. Would you like to kick someone out to make room? What's the difference? The owner is always the last one to be kicked out. So in the future, if you kick someone out, it won't be the owner. Now I'm told that this pop-up doesn't work correctly, and I don't doubt that because this is one of those things I coded in a long time ago, like at the birth of SS2, when I was trying to like redesign it to make sure, like we had to do some serious overhaul of the low-level design of the whole code base of SS2 from SS1 to support multi-assignment, because the base game will not let you have multiple NPCs own an object unless it's through their faction. And so, like, you know, one of the solutions we could have done is created like 1,000 faction records and then you know, assign them to every combination of NPCs whenever they assign. It was like, that was going to be nightmare fuel, so we came up with this other way to do it. But there's no difference between an owner and occupant other than this, like they won't get kicked out if you overwrite the assignment. There's also the other way that it matters is in certain building plans, and we didn't do this in any of ours that we shipped with, but some of the add-on pack authors I'm sure have. They can arrange so that different owners own different objects. So maybe they have a residential plot with multiple floors, and then they can set it up so that all of the items on one floor belong to occupant or to the owner. Then all the items on floor 2 belong to the second occupant, etc., so that it can kind of have some sense to it. And then same thing with like a commercial plot. Like I used the example in our add-on makers toolkit of, you know, imagine you have a restaurant and you want one person to be the cook and the other person, any other people to be the servers or the bouncers or whatever. You could set up, you could combine them, or you could flag them to be for certain number of occupants. So, you know, occupant number 1 gets this, and occupant number 1 is always the owner. So that's the only place. So it doesn't make a ton of difference, but it's just for people who are, I feel like anybody who's getting into manual assignment, those are the people who actually are going to care about this. Right? Most of us are just letting auto assignment do its thing. So we're going to hit cancel. We're not going to assign him to that. But anyway, so that's roughly the difference. It doesn't really make a difference. It's more a matter of if you're trying to arrange something very specific, like, you know, you're trying to get certain named NPCs to live together or something, that's where that would become relevant. Not crazy. Is it possible to turn off a settlement to remove it from SS2 using it, say like Red Rocket or the radio tower near 10 Pines, to limit triangles of death? To remove it from SS2 using it. I mean, SS2 doesn't use a settlement at all unless you start putting plots in it. So as long as you don't just delete everything from it, and SS2 will ignore it. That's like that was kind of important to the designs. We try to like keep the SS2 code not, I want it to always get your blessing before it does anything. So that's why there's a lot of pop-ups in SS2, is I don't want it messing with your game unless you tell it it's okay. Shadows are, yes, mutant schools, etc. Oh, on the multiracial thing. Yeah, so the like ghouls are already built into the game. Those you'll get occasionally. As far as like super mutants and stuff, the problem with other races besides ghouls and humans is animation markers. So by default, there are almost no animation markers for any other race. And so your people, any non of those two you had in your settlements would just stand there. They're not, and like to retroactively add animation sets for those would be a pretty big project. It's not something we're gonna do, so it would be one of those things where before it wouldn't even be worth it until some mods came out to handle that. But I mean, it would be really cool if somebody did that. I'm sure people would love that. That would be like a must-have type of mod if somebody said, like, here's a thing that makes super mutants have all, you know, work with all of the vanilla furniture animations, or, you know, here's one that makes Mirelurks work, where you could have like crazy settlers and stuff. But I don't see anybody doing that. Super mutants, maybe someone would. I don't think anybody would do it for any other factions though, or any other races. So that is the big reason why you probably won't see that. Let's see. Godzilla. Whenever I skip to SS2 start, the settlers that old Paul joins, when I build instant build them a settlement, nobody builds anything and nobody joins the settlement. New start and or reinstall. I mean, maybe it's something like maybe the involvement settings now will change that for you. The prior to the 2.1.0 patch, which was just less than 2 weeks ago, the settlements you built with city plans were not guaranteed to succeed. You would have to kind of get your hands dirty. You would need to do things like make sure there's a caravan services, or you would need to do things like make sure the recruitment beacon had a power source, stuff like that. And if you didn't do that, the city plan could just stall out. But now, as of patch 2.10, and unless you change the default settings, any city plan you build will default to, it will eventually succeed. It's just a time game. You just wait long enough and eventually it'll succeed. So I'm guessing that your attempts with it were just run in with that. It's just you ran into the issue of there's no guaranteed success with city plans prior to the recent patch. And let's see, let's build now that we have unlimited resources here, we can build a different power pole. Sure, we'll build this monster right here. Okay, we can get you wired in. And then you are going to go over here. Trying to get this grid as few holes as possible. There we go. Okay, going back up to chat because I don't want to get distracted. Let's see. No Trick, are you fixing the power grid? Can it be done at desk? So that is actually something I've thought about, No Trick. So I think it would be possible to write an algorithm to rewire a settlement. Like you would do it based on, like the problem would be there's no way for an algorithm to know about clipping. So you could arrange like a piece of code that would rewire the create a tree of nearest nodes to each other and create a perfect grid of wires. And because the wiring through F4SE can actually ignore the distance requirement, but you could like manually code it in. You could make a decent looking grid, but the problem is a lot of it's going to clip right through buildings. Like I guarantee if I wrote an algorithm for that, it would like connect this one to this right here and the wire would be clipping right through the building. So yes, it could be done via code, but it would not be pretty. So currently, no, there's no way to do it. I would need to code something in, and any coding into that would have some bugs to it. So not something that I'm likely to pursue anytime soon. That would be something that could probably be solved with F4SE, but it would probably require some custom plugin to allow Papyrus to like, I don't even know. I have no concept how you do that. I don't know enough about 3D game engine programming to come up with a solution for that. So I just know that when you run a wire via script, it does not care about clipping. It will clip right on through, and that's not something I want to see. Let's see here. Kyle Harris, I like the recruitment quest. When you try to recruit the railroad for the gunner quest, they turn you down at first, but there's also a charisma skill tree for them to help you. Oh, that's cool. I wonder, so I assume you're talking about for our recruitment. I don't know how that dialogue tree is set up, but that's pretty awesome that we did that, because that does seem correct, that the railroad's got their own goals that don't necessarily align with Jake and friends. So like they don't have any obvious qualm with the gunners in their storyline or anything like, you could argue the BOS doesn't want any other forces of power in the area, so, and especially ones that are potentially taking technology. Like you could also argue that the BOS probably doesn't want the player and Jake and friends having the comma, right? Like that would be a prime target for Maxon's BOS to be like, no, that's ours now. And I think that's one of those things where like we had talked about in our story talks at some point, but because for the same reason we talked about earlier in the stream, that you're never going to see an alternate questline where you get to side with the gunners from us. It's just too much work, like trying to create all these alternate paths through. Like we're trying to do little bits of dialogue mentions and like moments where you get to where the game or the mod acknowledges your decisions, but having a total alternate quest lines involving the different practices, just like that's just not gonna happen. All right, let's keep wearing. Where's our municipal power pole? Because that's probably the biggest source of power we have. that is not wired in. The other thing is the, oh, and I wanted to also, oh no, that's right. I wanted to make sure the recruitment beacon was on its own little thing. Let's get you wired in, you wired in. There we go. All right, back to questions before I get distracted too much about this. Cass Daddy, that doesn't work. Oh, the refresh from there doesn't work. Okay, so I bet you're talking about the thing you super chatted. So my bet is what happened is some room design we have. So we have to do two things with room designs. We either flag them as global coordinates or local coordinates. Global coordinates means like, hey, there's this room only is meant to work, or this design's only meant to work in one room. And if it's local coordinates, it's kind of like a plot. It's like, you know, you can use this design no matter what plot it is, but because HQ is a single area, we could use some with global coordinates, which made it a little easier to set those up. But if we did it wrong for one, like if we flagged it as, hey, this thing has local coordinates, but we actually gave it global, then it would always show up in the same room or the things. So my bet is it's just we screwed up one of the room plans. So what you would want to do is post up on the forums with some screenshots of this room that has this problem, and include the information that shows up on the view details of the room controls, so we know what plan is supposed to be there. And then hopefully between those two bits of information, some screenshots, we can parse out what rooms are overlapping and try and figure out what the other room is. So a save file attached to that post would be useful too, because I might be able to figure it out from there. Like set yourself in front of that room and make a save and post that save with it. You can just upload your save to like Google Drive and make it public and then add that with your post. And if you want to tag me like at King Gath on your post on the forums so that it gets added to my queue. And I am way behind. I tell a lot of you guys to do that, and I am way behind on my forum posts, so I will catch up eventually. It's kind of just like bug reports. There's so much, like between my daily messages I get from people, for both personal and for SS2 and bug reports and everything, it's like I am perpetually months behind, unfortunately, just because like I have to limit the amount of time each day I spend with messages, or I will never ever get anything else done. It's just like I'm in perpetually behind, and then every time I do something like take a vacation, I fall further behind, unfortunately. But I will get there eventually. All right. So and we're almost done wiring here, and I'm curious if this ended up working or not. So now I'm just gonna finish this. Last one, and we want to wire it over here. All right, now we got green power up there. Yeah, I think that was it. I think Workshop Framework maybe reset our grid, so we probably had some sort of grid corruption along the way. It detected it and nuked it. So now it's going to take a moment for those plots to kick in, and then hopefully our water production kicks in because we hit level 3 there. Let's see here. All right, so I'm gonna just leave I'm gonna park my character now. All right, let's get caught back up on chat here. Let's see. DTE, yo, what's up, King Gath? I'm following your Bethesda mod school and others to become really, really good at modding. I appreciate all the work you've done. Keep up the good work. Thanks. And welcome to modding. It's a lot of fun, and we were just talking about earlier today of someone super chatted. They wanted to see how can we expand the Fallout 4 modder base, because we know, or the player base, because we know the more people who play, the more people who make mods. So always glad to have more people modding Fallout 4. Because it's going to be a long time before we get Fallout 5. We need you, DTE. Make some cool mods for us. We need more stuff to play. Let's see here. Oscar N1, N7. Having an issue at the moment with some settlers unassigning themselves from plots. Any idea what might be causing this? Seems to be pretty random. The most common thing that is probably causing assignment issues for you guys is going to be Workshop Framework's auto-assignment. Workshop Framework, it's not its own auto-assignment. It's the vanilla games assignment, but Workshop Framework takes that over. But as much as possible, and I would say 95% of the time we succeeded, or I succeeded. I guess I wrote most of the Workshop Framework code. I guess some of it was an unofficial patch team, so I should say we. Because the Workshop Framework started with the unofficial patches copy of the Workshop scripts, because they did fix a lot of bugs, and then I just basically fixed more bugs and then expanded it so that more people could add hooks in. Workshop Framework gives you a control to turn off the vanilla games auto assignment, and I'm trying to find where I put that. Settlement gameplay. Auto assign. So turn all those off. That is my best bet as to why you're getting unassignment issues, because in small tests, like I can't replicate people getting unassigned. But I'm sure others have. But like that's the other thing is stuff like auto assignment bugs is so hard to replicate because it often takes a while to manifest. And so like finding the conditions under which it happens, like finding repeatable conditions is it's nightmare fuel trying to figure that out. So but that's my best guess, is that it's going to turn out to be that. Okay, let's see here. DT, hey King Gath, where would I have to begin to learn how to create my own power armor models? Ooh, that is a great question. My best bet would be, oh, we've got some unpowered plots in here. My best bet would be go through search for the Rizzler on YouTube. He has a series of tutorials on, oh, and I found some stuff I forgot to wire up. He's got a series of tutorials on making weapon mods. And now while that's not exactly what you want, a lot of it is going to be very, very similar because it's based on the same framework of systems. So even just going through that, you'll learn a lot of the skills you need. Obviously like outfit, because our power armor is technically an outfit, it has some extra layers to it, but you'll still learn a lot of what you need from that, and then hopefully you'll learn one of the things that I like doing one of the things I like putting out the tutorials and stuff is often you just need to kind of dive into the deep end and start learning something, and just like any part of it, because then it gives you new questions to ask. Like once you start learning parts of something, and it'll keep you motivated, and then from there you have enough of a knowledge base where you can start asking reasonable questions. Because a lot of times, like the question you just asked, that's a tough one to answer. But if you had started working on modeling and you're like, okay, I know how object mods work, and I know how weapon records work, how do I do the same for armor? And then you can ask like very specific questions. It makes it a lot easier for us to help, right? If you have like a specific question as opposed to like how do I get started? Because that's a very vague question. And I know, and like I think that goes for learning anything. I just watched a video. I can't remember the name of the guy's. I think is it Dylan Harris, is a YouTuber. He's got a pretty big following. He did a video about learning languages, and this is like an older video. I just happened to come up my feed, and I watched it because I happened to try learning a language at one point as an adult, and they just reflect, and it was about how language learning can be like a video game map, and I was like, oh well, that's something I'm interested in. I like both of those topics, his advice I think just applies to learning anything, and it was kind of like the purists will tell you should like learn theory and stuff first, and like that you need the low level stuff before you get high level, and I disagree. I think you first need to like dive headfirst into something and just get yourself starting, getting familiar with terms and starting to get your head wrapped around something and get excited about something, because that'll keep you motivated. And then from there, that will open up the door to new questions, and then you'll have the knowledge base to actually be able to understand the low level stuff later, when you have it'll unfortunately in something like mods, in the process while you're learning, you're gonna make terrible mistakes, and then you're gonna be like, oh, I wish I'd have done that differently, which is how SS2 was born, because I realized that I had made some terrible mistakes in SS1, but I think that's the best way to learn anything, is just go dive headfirst into something, and using tutorials is a great way to do it, and then you'll start being able to ask the right questions to learn what you actually want to learn. Let's see, Sehui, or however I say that. Apologies again. Sorry, I meant Carnal just started dead for some reason and didn't show up for the beginning of SHEs. I found this out by getting Carnal's prid, moving her to me. Ugh, that's weird. So the only thing I can think of with Carnal starting dead I can't. I mean, there's no way for Carnal to start dead when they're marked protected, unless some other mod edited them. Because they would have to edit their protected status, because nobody else can kill a protected NPC but you, the player. So if they started dead, that is 100% some sort of mod conflict. The number one mod conflict I keep running into with people when I'm troubleshooting for people's saves and stuff, you guys should stop using auto tagging mods, or if you're going to use them, do not let those auto tag mods tag your quests, especially quests from mods that are being actively developed and bug fixed, like SS2. That is you're just asking for trouble. We found all sorts of weird bugs that come up when you patch a quest with just a little tag, and all it does is edits the name field, but for whatever reason that causes all sorts of problems. So keep that in mind. If you're using one of those auto tagging mods, stop. or at least like oh, here's another thing where the grid's broken. At least don't do not enable. Wow, now we have 20 water. Our water from our other plot's still not coming in. Or at least do not let it affect quests. Usually those tag mods are like scripts you run, sort of, and they should have settings for you to exclude things. Either you can exclude mods or exclude certain types of records. I would highly recommend excluding quests just across the board, not just excluding SS2. So why isn't this creating water? Let's see. Let's refresh you. Do we have a bug with... Is this like a known issue with this building plan? Does it not produce water? Oh, maybe it just doesn't reflect in the HUD. That could be too. It might be one of those things where I can only see it on the ASIM sensor. We'll give that in a second. All right, let's go. Karbach. Have a fun stream. I have a ton of work, so I have to dip. Today's Thursday. Easter starts tomorrow here in the land of Australia. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that different countries had different days for it. That's interesting. Starmonk. Companions don't seem to auto-assign correctly, and they don't stay assigned a lot of the time. That's another one of those, like, I haven't been able to... Until I can get steps and somebody can walk me through replicating. I remember going through this with Codsworth. Like, people were reporting all the time that Codsworth would get unassigned, and I remember, like, bending over backwards trying to get him to unassign, and he never would, so I kind of moved on from that line of thinking. I'm thinking, like, okay, that must just be one of those weird issues that's really, really hard to replicate. It's not something coming up naturally. I could have sworn you could see water on a plot. Yeah, there it goes. Okay, so for some reason the water got reset on that. Do I have a second water plot? Oh, we still don't have enough water. Okay, no, I don't need a second water plot. Okay, cool. So it looks like, yeah, it was definitely the grid got nuked, likely from Workshop Framework detecting a bug in it, and it reset on us. Okay, cool. So now we're back in business here. Like, we still have a massive sanitation problem. We have people without homes and jobs, but that can be sorted with a back to work call. So yeah, I'm happy with this. All right, we're gonna save this as we're gonna fix. Whoa, 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 whoa! Let's not shoot Preston. I know he's annoying, but let's not shoot him. Stop. I have one. Oh my God, I have a elite Xbox controller. And like when you set it down on the desk, sometimes it clicks the underside buttons. All right, let's fix the timescale here. Set timescale to 20. To 20. And now we can safely save. So save, where's that other save we made? Save, there we go. And we'll change this to end of session. All right, let's go back. Let's catch up on chat again. And if I ever catch up on chat and we run out of things to talk about and I'm not ready to go to bed yet, I will definitely follow through on showing you guys the git of our issue reports. It's pretty nuts. Let's see, Shortwind can't use the desk to rewire the settlement. I think we talked about that earlier. So the only thing you can do with the desk is you can rerun the wiring for a city plan. You cannot do it on a... I built this one by hand. This is just me haphazardly throwing plots down. So this would be a very terrible city plan. Like, this is not a good city plan. This is just me just filling in plots wherever I feel like it. And lots of random generators too, because I was holding off from powering things for the longest time. My plan has always been to get up to high-tech power and then get rid of all the vanilla generators, or some of them. I don't want to get rid of all of them because I actually like the vanilla generators. I don't like standing next to them though because they're very loud. I am thinking more about that talk we had just a little while ago about an auto wiring thing. I think that in a state like this, excuse me, just hiccup, where I'm getting grid failures and like Workshop Framework's resetting my grid, which I'm happy for it to reset because I would rather have a reset grid than a crash, is that having a auto wire that, you know, messed up a little bit with when it came to, what do you call it, clipping. I think that would be better than me manually doing what I just did. That would be more fun. I'd still accept that because then you could just go through and clean up the clipping, right? So maybe that is code worth writing. What do you guys think? Should I write an F4SE script to just like, as best as it can, rewire? Maybe it'll just do like, the code would do something like this. Find all wires in the settlement, scrap them, and then build new wires based on closest items. So it would basically make sure that everything was connected to everything else, and as best it can, it would always do the closest. That should minimize clipping, and then, you know, then you just have a little, you would only have to fix them if you were wandering around and you're like, oh, that's clipping, and then you could fix it. Otherwise, I for a lot of us, it would be like, I can live with that clipping, or like, you know, it probably wouldn't clip everywhere. It would just be occasional. That might be worth doing. Because I could see this happening again, and I'm not going to do this another stream. I'm not going to rewire Sanctuary ever again. Let's see here. Not crazy. Had a first while waiting for stream. The game made Gremlin a synth settlement infiltrator. Was this bad RNG to my game bug? Never saw it with SSD custom. Yeah, I don't think that's supposed to happen with custom settlers. Like, I don't think the game's designed to do that. I wonder if we started Gremlin with a synth as her frame. You know what I mean? Like, if we cloned one of the base settlers or base game NPCs and happen to have, like, the synth stuff on her. Do I have... No, if I had the CK open, I'd go check right now. But, yeah, that sounds like... That's either, like, a flaw in the base game's infiltrator system, or we accidentally left some keyword on Gremlin, because I don't think she's supposed to be a synth in lore. Like, I think her lore is she's from New Vegas, so I don't think that would make any sense for her to be a synth. Let's see. No trick. I've been putting a plan in place at every settlement. Is this necessary, or does it slow the game? No, you don't have to put a plan in every settlement. It's definitely not necessary. It's just like, if you don't want to, or if you want to see a settlement build up on its own without you having to do anything, you plop them a city plan. And then it'll start recruiting people. It'll start building up. It definitely will tax your save. The more settlements you have built, the bigger your save file gets, and the bigger your save file gets, the slower, like, loading times and stuff will be. So yeah, there's always, it's definitely, like, if you don't like it, like, if you're like, I love having every single settlement with stuff in it. Like, that's why I love city plans. That's why I designed them. But if it's not interesting to you, then yeah, you could definitely save some performance by not doing it. Let's see, short win. So what does the desk option rewarded settlement actually do? I think I answered that. That's because I'm way behind on chat. It just redoes the wiring from a city plan, or from, I think does it redo it from layouts too? Does anybody know? Because I haven't used Workshop Framework layouts in a while. And do layouts have their own rewire option? They probably have their own rewire option. Let's go check that, because now I'm curious. I can't remember. It's funny. I've been doing this. I've been modding Fallout 4 for so long. I've developed so many systems. I can't remember half of what's in my own mods anymore. Let's see here. So, like, you have this layout system here. Oh, I guess I don't have any layout here to do, but I'm guessing I have a similar thing available for layouts to rewire, because I wouldn't have wrote that code just for SS2. Super chat scroll. Let's see here. DT. Oh man. Do I have a world full of cool ideas for Fallout mods? Awesome. Let's see. DT again. Oh, okay. I know the one from the Rizzler. I have that on my playlist to get through. Yeah, Rizzlers is like one of the most comprehensive playlists for learning how to mod something. He takes you through everything: how to do animations, how to do modeling in 3ds Max, how to export that stuff into the game, how to set up the game records. It is a really great tutorial series. It takes a long time, and you have to have hard to get software that most of you will have to sail the 7 seas to get a hold of. But man, is that a great tutorial series if you want to learn if you want to dive into Fallout 4 modding and you're interested at all in 3D modeling. That's a great tutorial series. Let's see. No trick. Water plant and river not wired. Yeah, that's what we just fixed. Let's see. Velen Love. Complex item sorter is a script you run in F4 edit, and it lets you choose what you tag. You can skip quest tagging. Yeah, highly recommend skipping quest tagging. Let's see. No trick. We don't have different day for Easter, but we do have more public holidays around it in Australia. Ah, okay, interesting. DTE, one of my biggest modding dreams is to create a T-60 aviator armor that is optimized for flight and can take off and fly like a vertibird with the player and it lands somewhere else. Oh, that'd be fun. That would be fun. You should definitely make that. Mythor Easter's not a different day here. It's just we're in the future. Well, I mean, you're not 4 days in the future. For us, Easter is on, in America, it's on this Sunday. So, although we have multiple holidays around it, so like depends on how religious you are. So like technically, I think it's like Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday are all Easter-related holidays or Easter-adjacent holidays. So some people have them all. I don't know a whole lot of people. I don't know who would have it off for work unless you're working for a Christian company. But like a lot of people this time of year in the U.S. get off time for spring break, like or they'll get time off, or they'll get to work from home, or they get sent home early, stuff like that. But yeah, I don't think most people have a day off in America for Easter. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I don't remember whenever I had regular jobs. I don't remember ever getting off for Easter. Villain Love, please write an F4C script for rewiring. Thanks. Firebird, yes, I'm guessing that was all about that script. Yeah, I think that would be pretty useful. Just because I know, like, one of the reasons that I turned off the default workshop framework grid corruption fix, which I think is a super important thing and should be on by default, is so many people were having their grids unexpectedly wiped out, and they were getting really irritated with having to rewire it. But that might change the math if all of a sudden there was a button to like insta-wire your settlement. The other thing is that it doesn't even have to necessarily be a rewire. That same script could just work on any settlement. You can just build up a settlement and be like, all right, I'm ready to wire it now. Let's see what this script does. And maybe it does a piss poor job, but you know, maybe it does a halfway decent job and it saved you a little bit of time. Also, probably be funny to see. It'd probably be a fun script to mess with. It'd be like, let's see what kind of broken situation we can create, like trying to mess with this system. that might end up being like one of the patch features for 2.1.2. I'm always trying to like add in something cool in each patch, like not just bug fixes. Like in this last one, it wasn't necessarily cool, but I thought it was worth the effort, and it like I think it will make for a better experience. Was that the changes that I just did in that recruitment quest? Like I think that will give a lot of players a better experience for that quest, and like I think a lot of people didn't realize or don't realize how many different people that they can recruit, and I think that changing those objectives helps to cue people into that. The stuff, so I'm always looking for something like that where I can put in a little extra time in the patch and make sure there's something flashy to put in the patch. And it might end up being auto wiring. Might be a really cool thing, at least for now. Won't ever be on Xbox, sorry guys, but for PC players. Oscar N1N7, do robots need to be assigned to houses to maintain happiness? Also, robot stats increased by recreation plots. As far as I know, robots can't be assigned to recreation plots. Though maybe I'm wrong on that. I'm pretty sure I have code to prevent that. And I don't believe so. No, I don't think robots need beds for happiness. But that would be a vanilla rule. But robot happiness is always jacked up by the vanilla rules. But there is an override I put in Workshop Framework. And if this will load. In Workshop Framework, if you go under Settlement Gameplay, you can change the default robot happiness level. So the way happiness is calculated is if you have enough food for a settler, so if you have 1 point of food, 1 point of water, and a sheltered bed for a settler, they get 80 happiness added to a pool. And robots get 50 no matter what. So, and then it takes the total pool of happiness and divides it by the number of settlers. So let's say you had 2 human settlers and a robot settler, and you had all their needs met. It would add 80 for each settler, so that'd be 160 plus 50 for the robot, so that would be 210. You divide that by 3, you have 3 total settlers, which the 2 humans and the robot, and you would get an average of 70, so your happiness would be 70. Now, it won't just instant be at that. It might be like trending upward. You might get that up arrow, because the way happiness is designed is it slowly trends toward the goal, but that would be its target, would be 70. So you can override that in that setting, Workshop Framework. If you want, you can change it so that robot's default happiness is also 80. Also 80. I don't know why I said it 80. It's also 80. Let's see. Kyle Harris, what I love most about HQ is you can use the DLC to the robots and send them to HQ. Yeah, in fact, there's even in HQ, you can build a robotics lab after you complete the Is There a Doctor in the House quest in HQ? So if you complete the tutorial, the How to HQ quest, and you do the full thing, like including the recruit 15 people, you'll trigger a quest called Is There a Doctor in the House? Then after you do that, you unlock to the full middle section of HQ, and that has some of the big labs, and one of them is the robotics lab. And if you build that, you can actually spend settlement resources to craft robots and just fill HQ with robots if that's what you want to do. I think they still require living quarters though, and that might be something we tinker with in the future. But there's HQ, like I said, has a long ways to go before it has everything I want. I wish timelines had played out differently to where I had been able to ship with all the HQ stuff. Or that I could have done them like, in one of the first few patches, but it doesn't always play out the way I want. Getting the story done before all of our voice actors get bored is the most important thing to me right now. Let's see, 2500 PRC, can you add disable Havoc settings to layouts? There is, we do have the support for disabling Havoc, but the designer of the layout, like the person who exported or the city plan, would have to go manually change a flag on each item. So it's unlikely anyone's going to do that. It's too much work. No trick. Easter is like the whole week off for many Aussies. Well, that's nice. Myther, Good Friday, day before Easter Sunday, and Easter Monday. Not interesting. That is a lot of days off. Welcome back, Carvok. XV, maybe an option for invisible wires for the auto ring too, like how city plans can have wires hidden. I think on Xbox, since they lack to foresee, though clipping for any you prefer. Oh, you mean like just faux power everything? It's not really invisible wire. It's like a non-grid. Yeah, I could add that option too. Just like force self-power everything. That could definitely be an option. And that would avoid the problem too of just like if everything didn't need power anymore. But that also creates like a buggy or a cheaty situation of like now you don't have to factor in power into your needs. So that would be the only disadvantage to that. Like the wire, and I love the look of wiring. In fact, spoiler alert for chapter 3 mechanics, although I've been pretty open about these coming back, because I started work on the pre-build system of porting that over from Conqueror, and I've been like, one of the things that I was always bummed about in Conqueror is you couldn't get the wiring in there, and I figured out a way, but it's a little unimmersive. So what has to happen to get the wiring in the pre-build city plans is you have to be popped into workshop mode for like 3 seconds and then popped out, and then the wiring can start after you arrive. So it's super unimmersive because all of a sudden you're popped in and out of workshop mode and then wires start appearing around you, but it looks so much better. So I think what I'm gonna end up doing is, for those of you guys who remember Conqueror's pre-build, you had a bunch of options you could set in it, and then one of the options might be, do you want this wiring? And then it'll be like a warning, like you're gonna get there's gonna be moments of unimmersion, but the payoff will be you get wiring. So I might offer that. It'll be like a default disabled option where you can have it. Or we could do something like, or I mean, you also I think with the solution for Conqueror was always, I think we had that rewire option on the desk too, and so that will be available. But it was kind of fun seeing the wires like they're not really there when you get there, because you'll see them start appearing like as you're approaching the settlement, but still the wiring looks so cool. Not crazy. How about instead of a rewire the grid, it removes the grid but keeps the visuals and makes them self-power, like the option we have for city plans? Yeah, that's kind of what XU was saying. It's basically like so I can't actually remove the grid. That's the thing. Is like we have the code options we have are really awful. Like we have we can reset and remove. Yeah, I guess we can remove the grid with F4SE. But yeah, I guess like we could, you mean like instead of removing the wires, leave them there and just self-power everything? Yeah, we could definitely do that. So we could add like a little power menu to the city planner's desk of like force everything to not need power anymore. Rewire, do an automatic rewiring of the settlement, like stuff like that we could try and do. Is there a command to force a city plan to upgrade? Yeah, Carvok's got your back. Listen, watch for Carvok Shortwind. Carvok will have commands. No truck. Robots should get a charging bay like standard projections. Yeah, we talked about that. In fact, there's some people on our team are working on some better automatron integration with some SS2 mechanics, and like that is a potential of like an alternate residential, like a third residential class being like robots. But the problem is I don't want to force that on people because so many people are used to, like, have settlements that work without those. So we would probably, if we wanted to do that, we would need to come up with some sort of balancing mechanic. But maybe in HQ we could do that, because we haven't really sorted out how we're going to do it. And HQ, I think if we added that, like a robot pod charging room, and it would like add slots for robots that didn't require living quarters, I think that would only make people happy. Whereas if all of a sudden we like switched settlements for SS2 to suddenly require a bed for or a charging station for robots, I think that would not make a lot of people happy who already had functioning settlements. Would be cool though. Would be a nice residential class. I've always been looking for more classes to add to residential, because every other plot type we have a fair number of classes, and then even the one that has the least right now, which is Marshall, is about to get a ton more. It's going to get like 7 or 8 more classes in chapter 3, and then so residential will still be the loser there with just 2 classes. So having robot home would be a cool third class. Asker N1 N7. There's a suggestion in Sherlock's Robot Ideas thread on the forum that the adventure of ASAM used Robco Tech to become a robo brain. King Gath voice acting in chapter 3. If you guys have heard my opinion on putting my voice into Fallout 4, I'm pretty against it. It feels super immersive because I'm like, my voice is out there a ton in the community already. So I did the podcast for a while. I do multiple videos a week. Like this, I can't imagine you guys hearing my voice coming from a character and not being like, that's not that character, that's King Gath. It's the same like reaction I kept having in the CPD of like, I walk by a character voiced by Sir Rick, who's our lead writer, and I hear that voice, and I'm immediately pulled out thinking, oh my god, Sir Rick's talking to me. I don't want to put that same experience on you guys with me as a character. I think the closest anyone's gotten to convincing me is like, well, I've done a small cameo in one mod, but I didn't use the same speaking voice. So like, this is a little thing about me that I think I've mentioned on streams briefly, but I actually like doing voices, like made up voices. I've always done it, like just like a weird quirk, and with my kids now, I get an excuse to do it. So. Like every time I'm reading a story to my kids, I make up a different voice for each character, and I commit to it for the entire reading of the book, even chapter books. Like, there's a series of like middle schooler books that my oldest kid is into, and it's like a 8 book series, and I have a voice for every character through all the books that I do for each of them. I don't ever do the voices on stream or anything, and I don't know that I will anytime soon, but my other people have told me I'm very good at voices. So I have put my voice in one mod using a slightly altered version of my voice, so you'll never know it's me, and I'm uncredited. I don't know that I could do a character in an alternate voice in it like good enough to pass, because the problem is when you start doing voices and accents, this is one of the things we are always leery about when voice actors say they can do an accent, and we ran into this with Conqueror, is that often people fail to express emotion correctly when they're faking an accent, because they're trying to get the accent right, and so they miss out on the emotion, or vice versa. And we had this problem with Jammer, and I know that Glenn would love an opportunity to like redo. He figured it out eventually, like about, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 patch content in, he really got the accent he was doing for Jammer and was able to sell it. But there was some cringy early dialogue from Jammer where I know Glenn has said like, I want to re-record that so bad, because he still hadn't gotten the accent down. So that would be the problem, is me doing a voice. I don't know that I can do emotion well, and that would be the only way I put my voice in. And then I think the other thing that people have tried to convince me is to do a DJ in there. But again, I still feel like the whole point of a DJ is the immersion of feeling like people in the world care about what you're doing. As soon as you hear my voice in the game talking about stuff as if I'm a character in the game, you're pulled right out, because you're like, that's not that character, that's just King Gath. So anyway, so the answer, voice acting in King Gath voice acting chapter 3, unlikely. Kyle Harris, and another thing about the HQ, when you take Lupe to recruit people, she salutes Maxton when you try to recruit them. That's awesome. She has a recruit animation, or she does a salute animation. That's awesome. No trick. I'm gonna see a trailer park settlement, more like home for me. XV, you'll know this. Did Trailer Park Dreams ever get ported? I think we could get permission from Mamafe. I think Demanding has contact with Mamafe. We could probably get permission for that. In fact, I might already have permission because we put Trailer Park Dreams in one of the mega packs, and I'm pretty sure Mamafe gave pretty open permission to me with Trailer Park Dreams. Because there are a bunch of trailer park building plans out there for SS1. Not crazy. Tried to find a real answer on the forums and wiki. What does the junk gathering plot actually do for the settlement? A little bit of every category. No, it actually gives you junk. Like there are 2 plot classes that give the player benefit. One is the junk gathering. That puts actual junk in the workbench you can use for crafting or whatever. And the reason that's the first one you start with is because when you're in a settlement, the settlers in that settlement can use the stuff in the bench to build with, because the thinking was, well, or rather I should say, when you get those pop-ups that say like pay and build, those can use the rickshaw resources because you're there. So what we found in testing and alpha testing when we were designing the resource system for SS2 is when people were actively working on a settlement, they didn't care about spending those resources. They're just like, I don't want to have to go donate every time. Like, I know I have this stuff, I don't want to have to keep donating it, let me just use it directly. So that's the compromise we came up with. So junk gathering, creates actual junk, which the settlers can use if you, the player, manually approve it through those pop-ups. Otherwise, it's there for you to use. And then the other the other class that gives the player a benefit is the tax collector. So that is one that unlocks when you get a certain amount of commercial. I don't remember what the numbers are for commercial. You get a certain number of commercial, you unlock tax services. And tax services lets you take a percentage of the caps that some of your plots generate. So residential and commercial will generate a lot of caps. And you get to set a global tax, which I think I fixed in I might not have. I know it was just reported by one of our testers today that the at some point I broke the tax law menu. So I had fixed it at went in beta for 2.10, and then I broke it again before we released, and I fixed it again this morning, but I don't know, or yesterday rather, and I don't know if I merged it in or not. Let me check here. So then under laws, taxes, yeah, I did fix it. Okay, cool. Whatever tax rate you set here, it defaults apparently to 6. I didn't even know what it defaulted to. It shaves that off of the caps that get donated into your virtual resource. So if you look in here at the top, so I have 82, 81 tax. Those are caps the settlement has. Those are collected. Instead, every day, right? Like my default, if I built tax services, it would shave 6% of the daily caps off and put them in the workbench for me to collect. And you can set that rating up as high as 50%. And it has like a penalty on happiness. But if you've got, your happiness is rock solid, you've got lots of level 3 houses, and you got relaxation plots or extra workshop items to build up happiness, you can afford to tax like crazy, and they'll pay for it. I think it's a nice little balance. It's a good way to get some caps if you want, but those are the only 2 ways you can gain a benefit. So yes, the junk gathering plot has a purpose of giving the player some loot. Let's see, Carvok. For the really advanced stuff, I would like to see homes that come with bathrooms that improve hygiene. So there actually is a penalty or a benefit for level 3. So right now, every settler adds a 50-point penalty to hygiene. So it's like this invisible, the cleanliness score on the left there, that the little picture of a broom and bucket, or a mop and bucket with some little sparkles around it. It's really hard to see on my HUD, but that score, every settler reduces cleanliness, or reduces, what do we call it? They add pollution. So they add 50 points of pollution. Settlers with a level 3 house only add 25 points of pollution instead. So that was our way to do that, Carvok. But yeah, I could see that being like some advanced, maybe. So the thing is like, in order to ensure that min-maxers have a reason for other things to exist, there needs to be some sort of requirement. If something is going to be a straight upgrade, right? Like if there's going to be a straight, it's like I talked about earlier with the in order for advanced defenses to make sense to me, they can't just invalidate basic defenses. So we would have to do the same thing. If there was going to be a home class that was just straight up better than the single residence and multi-residence, then it needs to have some sort of requirement on it so that players can't just replace the old type. So it would have to be something like, one of the other things that's on my to-do list is, and I can't remember if we already implemented it. I will have already answered this question for the wiki team, so if it's already on the wiki, then it's true. But otherwise it will happen in the future, is I wanted to add a bonus to sanitation plot. So if a settler with high perception is working a sanitation plot, it would greatly increase it. We could do the same thing with like sparkling clean home class or whatever we called it. And it would be like, have a perception requirement so that people with a certain perception could live in homes that added or that eliminated their hygiene penalty altogether. That had like settlers would then produce 0 pollution. Like I could see something like that. Starmark, the sweet sounds of DJ King Gaff. Not crazy. I will find what mod you did voice lines for. I'm sure somebody eventually will. Let's see, Shortwind, is there a tracking option for 6 settlers? Am I just missing it? No, there is not a tracking option. The tracking is wander around your settlement and you'll see people like hugging themselves. Like this poor sap up here has got some sort of disease. So as you get closer to a settler, I must have, because I turned off the timescale thing. So the weather, I was like, why is the weather doing this? Well, let's fix that, because that irritates me. Force weather, and then we'll set the time scale back to 0.1. Oh, I should do, there we go. Set time scale, yeah. Set time scale to 0.1. No more funky weather. We came up with we couldn't have, if we had the settlers just all doing the sick animations all the time, then you'd never see them animate and do cool stuff. So instead, the way we have it set up is when you get within, I don't remember what the range is. I think like 2,000 units of a settler, which to get an idea of that range, a plot, like a 2x2 plot, is 512 across. So if you get within 4 plots distance of a settler who's sick, they'll start playing the sickness animations. So that's the only way to check right now. But you're not meant to go around giving disease cures manually. Like, that's supposed to be an early game solution for the early game diseases. The actual solution for disease is to build hospitals, which I have here, and they'll cure those people for you automatically. It takes a little time still, but then once you research the cures at HQ, they will cure those people basically instantly. And then if you want to prevent diseases, you either invent all the vaccines or you start putting sanitation plots in your or sanitation class in all your settlements to get your cleanliness score maxed out, and then you'll almost never see outbreaks. So it was one of those things where we provided several solutions. Now the vaccine solution obviously is not a short-term one. That's just like, that's a goal to aspire to. It's like, oh, it would be fun to get up enough crazy amount of resources, have enough science staff, and actually spend enough time to unlock those all. That's like not meant. Oh, we got a little bug, a little placement bug here. That's not meant to be a thing that that most players actually attain. That's for those of you who like to do those 1,000-hour characters. Nukacell, do you plan on putting training centers in HQ so we can send settlers there to be trained in a specific stat and place in position when the stat hits skilled? No. One of the rules we had for designing HQ was that none of the mechanics we add to HQ can replace the mechanics in SS2 settlements, because otherwise you invalidate the need for settlements. So we do have a system in place, or on paper, hasn't been implemented yet. I've talked about this a little bit, and for patrons, they've seen a sneak preview of part of it. We have a disaster system planned for HQ, and it's going to be something where, like, while you're running around playing HQ, it becomes kind of a real-time personnel management game where things can go bad if you don't have your staff makeups, balanced. And there'll be the disaster will have a mini game, and you can do it yourself, or you can run an HQ project to handle it for them. And one of the risk reward parts of that, of letting the staff do it themselves, is that it could result in the staff, if they avert a disaster, if they take care of it, then they can get rewarded with permanent stat buff. So it'd be like, that is XP for them, and they can get little stat buff. So it'd be like a roundabout way for people to get their stats increased who are already in HQ. But the idea to start out HQ is that you would send your named characters who have higher stat pools. And if you want to take generic settlers, you would train them up first at settlements and send those. So the idea has always been, it's part of a long gameplay loop. It's always like, and like I mentioned, I'll eventually give you guys means to skip anything and just do however you want. So we'll probably eventually just give you guys the thing. Like, and if we don't do it proper, there's nothing going to prevent an add-on pack from creating, buildings that produce or train or stuff in HQ. I'm going to advise they don't, and my logic being that you don't, like, you could indirectly invalidate the whole settlement gameplay loop by doing that. Like, it's really important to us that we don't, but I'm not going to stop anybody. Like, if that's what they want to do, it'll be highly advised against. So we'll probably eventually have a way for stats to get improved. But we actually, there is something 100% coming to HQ that's a way to not need to necessarily train their stats, but it's a secondary way a secondary means to get more energy from your people, and that's cross training. So every department will have a secondary stat, and we call it that they can be cross trained in, and it's going to be one of admin's duties is going to be to train people, and it'll be, for example, with security, their cross-train stat is strength. So their base stat is agility. Their cross-train stat is strength. And if you run this class, and I think it's like self-defense courses or something like that, if for every self-defense course you run, they can have 1 more point of strength applied to their work energy. So imagine if you got a guy who's got 10 agility and 10 strength, right? By default, if he's in security, he's going to add 10 energy every day to security. And then if you put him through 1 cross-training class, then 1 point of his strength will then apply, and then he'll produce 11 energy. And you can put him through up to 10 classes. And once you do, then he'll be able to have 20 energy, because both his strength and his agility will count. So there's an indirect way we're going to allow you to increase energy through HQ, and that's going to be part of the big HQ overhaul. So stuff like that, like we're thinking outside the box, because again, we don't want to invalidate our settlement mechanics. Like those were put there for a reason. They're already balanced into a gameplay loop. We don't want to break that, so we have to get creative with our allowing those types of things you're after. Kez Daddy, add your voice to an ambient settlement sound, like when there's a bunch of residential plots together. then I think all of you guys will be like, wait, did I leave a KG video running in the background? Every time you hear that. Again, remove the immersion. Not crazy. K King had this 3-dog. Man, my 3-dog story is so sad. I have had email conversations with Eric, the voice of 3-dog, and he was willing to be a major character in our mod. We were going to pay him to be... before Jake got fully committed, we were gonna have it be 3-dog bringing the good fight to the Commonwealth, like an older 3-dog because of the timelines, come and bring his fight, and Eric was gonna voice it, but he needed us to get a blessing from Bethesda, and Bethesda would not give us that blessing. It's so sad. Let's see, Helen, but we like hearing you talking. Yeah, well, you all do, obviously, because you stick around and listen to me ramble during these streams, but I don't know that most people want that. I think most people would find it too immersion breaking. Myself included. You guys, I get immersion broke every time I hear Sir Rick talking to me as a CPD officer. And I'm not complaining about that. I love you, Sir Rick. I like having your voice in the game, but it does pull me out of the immersion. XV, no, it hasn't yet, but I could possibly do it sometime if permission possible. Are you talking about Trailer Park Dreams? Yeah. Let's see. Beowulf, can we get a quest to make something like Project Purity and Poseidon Energy Plant to make energy for all of the Commonwealth? I know there's a mod, and I think it was done by Zorkaz, who has like 50,000 mods. There's a mod, I think, to take like the dam over by Sunshine and turn that into a power source. So there are already mods out there that do that. I don't know how they, like, I think it maybe only adds power to Sunshine or something, but we have some ideas of similar stuff like that, of like getting benefits from different parts of the Commonwealth. Like we already have the Mark 1 beacons that can get you stuff, but yeah, we do have ideas for other things like that, but I don't think we're going to do anything quite like that, but we'll see. Oh man, I just realized I'm drinking water. My throat was killing me, and I have 2 giant cups of water here I could be drinking. Beowulf, can we get oh, that's the one I just read. Sorry. XV, does the tax services plot level affect the tax rate or happiness penalty? It does, but I don't remember how. It either increases the cut you get without... Yeah, and I don't remember how it works, unfortunately. I'll have to dig in the code. If you want to DM me on Discord, I can look it up for you, because that should be information we should have on the wiki. If it's not, it might already be there too. Maybe check there and see, because if one of the wiki folks asked me that question, I would have answered it for them. I try to, and apologies to sorry, I'm probably behind. I try to once a week go and answer a spreadsheet full of questions they have for me to keep the wiki up to date. Lachlan, not sure if you answered this already. If I can't post in the bug report forum, where else can I report a bug? Oh, so the bug report forum, I don't know. I think the way we have that set up is you have to, I think only certain people can post to it. But now the way we tend to do bugs is like, we should really just remove that bug report section. In fact, demanding, if you're listening, or XV, I think you have permission, we should just shut that section down, because it's very confusing. I think the if it has posts, I don't think it even has any bug posts anymore. Maybe it's been so long since I looked at that section. I think the bug report section of the forum is more to educate and show you how we do bugs. So here's how we do bugs in SS2. So the problem was when we had open bug reporting, like we used to have it on the Nexus, we had it through on the forums, and the problem is nobody would test their bug reports. So like, and I know some of you guys would, but most people would not test them. They wouldn't confirm that it wasn't their load order. So then we had to do that. And then what ended up happening is I would spend all my time looking up saves, and I would never get many bugs fixed. And I mean, you guys can see how long it takes me to get bugs fixed, because I only have so much time a week to work on this stuff. So like, and some of these take a long time. So if I am also burning through every single report, I'll get virtually nothing done. So the solution we came up with is that either people on our team, or some vetted users who have proven their track record, confirm a bug, and I'll show you guys this now in just a second, because now we're talking about it. Then they get to put it on a private tracker we have set up, that it's like these are confirmed issues that need to be dealt with. So I'm going to show you, I think I have it open. Here's our issue tracker. So you can see we have fixed 652 issues. There are still 216 open. Now, so some of these are bugs, and some of them are suggestions. So they tried to, I tried to have people post, like tag them with that if it's just a suggestion. So these could be our beta testing team, people on our development team, or people who I've flagged as community rock stars. These are people who, like, I know they're very helpful in the community and they take the time to confirm that it's their load order, or they can give you steps to recreate. So if you have a bug, you should post it on. Let me bring up the section of the forums. There's a section you can post it on, and basically people will either chime in to help you, or if it's, you know, if somebody who has access to this Git repo, this private Git repo, if they take the time to verify your issue, they can repost it there, and then these will 100% get dealt with at some point by myself or somebody else on the team. This is like a perpetual thing, as you say. Like we're chewing away at it. Like it was, you know, we've knocked out 652 issues, and this isn't even our alpha. Like we have another board for alpha testing that had 200 some issues that we closed, and there's still some floating around there. But I've mostly moved on to just messing with these live ones. But right here, if you post your issue, let's see, SS2, I'm trying to find the right section to make sure I'm giving you the right link. Here we go, questions and help. If you post your issue here, oops, where's my, now I lost my YouTube chat. All right, I'm gonna post a link here. Post your issue, oh God, what happened? Oh, I accidentally clicked start play on a tutorial video I was watching earlier. So there's a link for you, Lachlan, I just posted on the forums. Post your issue there, and if you want to guarantee that somebody actually takes a look at it, make sure your issue can happen with just SS2 installed, or with just SS2 and like a few other mods, like a minimal load order. Like most people, if you have your full load order, like, you know, you have 100, 200 mods, most people are not going to be willing to go like recreate your situation. But if you can recreate the issue with just like the, you know, bare minimum or like 10 or 20 mods, you might be able to get somebody else to go like, oh, I could check that and see if that happens for me. But that's what I kind of need, is recreatable scenarios. Otherwise it's impossible for me to fix these things. And you can see I have hundreds of bugs backlogged that I could be spending my time on. So it's really hard for me to justify trying to recreate issues when I have things that people have already recreated for me I could be working on. So that is the path. It's unfortunately a process, but you know, it's kind of like there's a queue, you got to get in line. There's a lot of people's issues. Now, one of the things that, like I said at the beginning of the stream, that would be like, if we run out of stuff to talk about, I'll start showing you guys some of the issues, because some of you guys might find your issue is in the queue already to be fixed eventually. No idea on timeline. Some issues like are bottomless pits for me. Like I'll have already put in dozens of hours and I'm like, I just am afraid to touch that. So I wait for somebody else to do it because like I can only mentally put in so much energy into one problem before I have to just move on. Unless it's like, if it's like, you know, a vital issue, like we had the HQ reset issue and the, what was the other one? The long save issue, that like those were so important I paid people to fix them. But as far as I know right now, we don't have any issues that are that bad. All right, now I lost my place in chat again. My apologies. Let's see here. Here we go. Okay. Oscar N1 N7. I really love the CPD and Nightingales. Just wondering whether there'll be more CPD and Nightingale quests either in patches or in Chapter 3. So I know 100% there's going to be some more Nightingale content in Chapter 3 because Cassandra is considered one of our main characters now. So the 6 department heads, those are our main cast. That's like our most important characters in our story. And since Cassandra is one, she's a Nightingale, there will inevitably be more Nightingale's content. CPD, I can't speak to yet. A lot of that is going to rely on, that's going to be up to Sarik to decide. I would bet, because we have a big moment in Chapter 3 where, I don't say a big moment. We have a system in Chapter 3 where you can get help from people you've met in the past, and I can't imagine we don't involve the CPD. So I think at bare minimum, where while we might not have more quest content for them, for CPD, we'll probably have some more voice lines recorded for some of the characters that you like. So that's as far as I can say without spoiling story content. Nuke Cell. All of my martial plots turn to commercial plots in my plots list, even when I try it with an existing martial plot. That's weird. That sounds like we had that bug like in SS1 a long time ago, and it seemed to be baked into certain save files. Have you tried resetting your cache, Nuke Cell? Let me show that, because I've had other people ask about this cache thing. Let me find it. It's under tools, I think advanced tools. Reset building plan caches. Come in here and hit this nuke and see if that fixes it for you. It takes a while, so like you run it, wait 15 minutes, then come back and check. But that will basically recreate all of your building plan selection lists that you use from the ASAM sensor. Karvak, my raider castle with 40 plus settlers has 4 sanitation plots because, gosh, they get sick fast. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, if you have 40 people, you need a lot of sanitation plots. Nuke cell, this happened at the end of the CPD quest, by the way. Not sure if it's related, as I hadn't placed a martial plot in hours. No, I don't think that's related. I think what usually causes that conflict is there. So what we've found now, developing this mod for a while, is the game can randomly decide to reuse IDs. So that's confusing. So like if I click on something, like let's say I click on dog meat here. So he has this number right here at the top. This is his ID number. That's his like reference ID number. Well, it's better to do it on a workshop item. So these workshop or these item numbers, if they start with FF, that means it was created by a script. So I mistakenly assumed that those numbers, if you flagged the item as persistent, which means that it never gets unloaded from memory, that item was sacred. Turns out that's not the case. The engine can still reuse those numbers. And when it does that, it can destroy data that SS2 relies on. And so effectively, and so what we've started doing, and I did some of this for this latest patch, is I've had to set up every single thing in the mod that I can to able to recreate its own data if it can. So it'll be like, if it's a thing that's holding the plot counts, then it can just go query all the plots and recreate that data. So maybe it was just like a cache of information so that we could do things faster. And that's the same thing for like those building plans. So in order to make the building plan list snappier, because anybody who played SS1 knows that doing this, like coming here and hitting choose building plan, it could take, like, if you had all the add-on packs, it could take like over a minute for this menu to load because it had to generate it from scratch every time. With SS2, we cache these lists. But the problem is the cache can get reused, the ID can get reused, and that'll destroy the cache for that. And so that is what you ran into, Nuke. And the only way to fix that is for Bethesda to rewrite their engine. So my hope is that, and so like the longer you play a save, the more likely stupid stuff like that can happen. So I've been I either try and put in tools or automation to recover from that scenario. But unfortunately, that is Fallout 4 for us. It's just a bummer. So I'm hoping that for future games, if I decide to mod them, that Bethesda will have fixed some of these little quirks so that we can have big systems mods like SS2, and I think we will be able to, because I think the trend in gaming is the next step, because every game is now an RPG, right? Like every action game you play has a skill tree. I think the next step for games to start differentiating themselves and because we have the system power to do it now, is gonna be world systems where the world changes based on your decisions and stuff. I think we're gonna see more on that, and so they're gonna have to have solutions for big data structures to be stored. So like, we basically, to pull off some Settlements 2, we're just like hacking a bunch of systems Bethesda has for other things and turning them into databases effectively. So like we just have, just mountains of data stored on like invisible power poles or whatever that just hold all this information, and that's how we create databases. The game doesn't like that, so that's why we get these weird bugs all the time. Yogi, if there's going to be any stat training in HQ, what is the purpose of rooms in the gym, library, staff training? So the gym is going to be that's the stuff I was talking about earlier. So those are going to be required rooms for the cross training. So it's going to be like, instead of it being stat training, it's like you enable them to use another stat in their job. And that's what some of those are going to be. The purpose of some of those are going to be. The other thing, some of that's going to have a purpose of, some of those are relaxation centers. So when we get into some of the disasters, like those that's the thing. Like there's a whole lot of HQ that has no purpose yet because half the mechanics are missing. So without the mechanics, the benefits don't exist. Probably better that we shipped without all the mechanics existing, because I think most people are like, what? There's more mechanics? There's too many mechanics already. But yeah, a lot of that stuff they will have purposes. Another thing that we talked about when we were designing HQ is that some of the purposes for rooms can be just unlocking stuff, right? It could be like you build the library, and now all of a sudden you have access. Like, I think we have it listed already, is if you build a library, it says you get +1 pre-war research level. That doesn't do anything yet. Well, I think it does one thing, but some of the stuff, the tech tree stuff we'll add in the future, or that other mods can add in, like add-on packs, could require, you know, 3 points in pre-war research tech. Like, that is another, like, some of it is layers of stuff, and again, it's really, that's one of my biggest regrets, is that HQ had to ship with the stuff it had and couldn't be delayed, because it's again, we're on this time, like this invisible enemy of time, between voice actor availability and the impending release of a big franchise to pull away a lot of players. You know, a lot of my gameplay stuff had to take a backseat to story stuff, and I'm okay with that. Like, it sucks, but I love the story we've created, and I am glad that people are having a good time with the story. And unfortunately, those of you guys who are longtime players and you keep playing Loops, you guys are having to deal with waiting for patches and stuff. And so thank you guys for sticking around. But yeah, the purpose of all those will be clearer as we get more of the mechanics in. Oscar N1N7. Oh, that mod about the dam was by Seddon called David Hunter. Worth checking out. That's one of them. There is another one, though. There's definitely, I remember, because Zorkaz, I always pay attention to their mods, because I don't understand how Zorkaz creates so many mods. Like, he's got like a bunch of world space mods that, you know, they don't have quests, or they don't have voice acting in them, but they still have a lot of stuff going on. And so Zorkaz is one of the people I follow, and I remember him doing a mod that would let you do something with the dam. And maybe it wasn't that dam. I think there's a second dam in that's over by Vault 81. That might be the one that he did something with. Let's see. Shortwind, sorry again, I'm behind. No worries, I am behind perpetually on chat. Discmaster, while on the subject, the PRP SS2 patch apparently has a previs break in the Gunner Plaza. It was just recently made aware of. I really need to sit down and chat with you about previs, because Gunner's Plaza, I don't know if you're talking about the HQ version, or if you're talking about one of the other versions of it that we have, because we have multiple copies of that cell. I cannot for the life of me figure out how to stop the. So there's a bunch of. In fact, I think Yagi, I think you posted one recently. Maybe it wasn't you. There was a post about some flickering world in HQ. So there's a couple of spots in HQ where when you turn a corner, if you're at just the right spot, the some of the geometry disappears. And I had all of that fixed, but then when we did the precombines, that broke. And I don't know how to have the two, because the Bethesda has it, like in the vanilla GNN cell, it has room bounds and precombine, and it works. But for some reason, ours, as soon as I generate the precombine, some of my room bounds don't work anymore. I don't know why. I would like to fix that, though, because I hate that geometry disappearing. It's super unimmersive. Meg Elliott, I always test and troubleshoot before I post about a bug on the forums, but I am guilty of not remembering my load order. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's a tough one, and like when I try and we actually I don't know if Raybo's on or anybody else who's still part of the Rockstar program. We need to get some more Rockstars. I'm sure there's more people. For the people who get access to the Git thing, it's usually like it comes from recommendations. People who already are in my circle will recognize somebody's been posting a lot and being very helpful, and they send me a recommendation, and I go read through some of their posts and then give them the access to that. And then people, I also offer them, if you don't want the tag, because the key, as someone like Yagi will say, it's not always good to have that tag, because it implies a certain it gives you an association with the mod team in a sense. It's a double-edged sword. It's good that it'll gives more weight to your posts, but then we also expect people with that post to then act with a certain level of civility. And how you guys all know how all forums are. Some people on the internet, it's real hard to be civil with them because they come on swinging their D around and you want to fight back. But anyway, you could get access to the Git reports without the Rockstar tag if you've shown enough that you're doing stuff like that, like making sure you test your load order and giving detailed reports and stuff. So Raybo, XV, and anybody else, if you guys have noticed anybody with a high post count, we should definitely add more folks to the Git, because I'm sure there's a lot of bugs on this Git list that people have more details on, that more data that they could add, or maybe there's some bugs that have been reported and confirmed that haven't made it on, and so having some more folks involved with that would be helpful, especially because I finally got a couple of other people helping me tackle the Git lately. So like right when we launched, there were a few people on the team who were helping me tackle some of the bugs on there, but mostly everybody else on the team now is working on Chapter 3 content. And that's not because they don't want to help me. It's just because they have limited time. And some of the bugs are so difficult to dig into that it doesn't make a lot. There's not much they can do anyway, especially when it's code-related stuff. So, but there's a couple. I've been recruiting a few people in the community who I have some code brains to try and look at some of these issues that I haven't been able to solve. Let's see, not crazy. I see it or hear it now. Idle dialogue for Big Bad Aiden talking lovingly to Cola at HQ. That is one of the features I'm most looking forward to the future of. We definitely have inter NPC chat happening with the 3.0 patch, and it'll probably be backfilled because a lot of the inter NPC conversation will make sense even in Chapter 2. But I would love to have the NPCs all talking to each other, and having them talk to Cola or about Cola would be awesome. Let's see, Tarman, what level of SS2 technology progression is Chapter 2 built around? What level does HQ expect? It doesn't really require any particular level of progression in that, because unless I screwed it up, you should be able to share your water and power from non-plots, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Maybe someone else confirm. Can anybody confirm, does your excess power, that's vanilla power from your settlements, transfer via power transfer and supply agreements to HQ? I don't recall if I got that working, but that was the intention, is that like if you don't want to go all the way through the tech tree, you don't have to. So the HQ is designed more around the fact that you would have a ton of settlements. So that's where this is why one of the things that I had to do before I could move on to HQ is we needed to have city plans in a state where people were comfortable using them, which is why I did the change to the default rules in 2.10 patch. Is we wanted people to be able to build up a bunch of city plans to get HQ the resources it needs. The real key to HQ is just having a ton of settlements up and running. And that fits with our story, right? Like the whole story and everything that's going on is these characters mentioning like all the work you're doing and like how you're helping and everything. So if players aren't building up settlements, then a lot of the story moments that we imply don't make any sense. So, we want to give you as many incentives as we can to go build up a bunch of settlements. And if you don't want to do that, drop in a city planner's desk and hit and go should work pretty well now. Mod Hunter 42, can Arrow save game monitor to track when your save gets corrupted? That's what, like, Canary already tries to detect a full corruption. And I've gotten a few reports on it, but I've yet to get anything useful data from it, unfortunately. So it's one of those things where I can identify it, but then like by the time it happens, it's too late. The damage is done. So Canary is nice for telling you like, hey, you should probably roll back your save or you should start a new one. If you're talking about those little individual refs, and it's not really worth rolling back for that. A lot of that we can regenerate. Like one of the ones we found that was getting screwed up was the one that stored your current municipal power value. So I talked about earlier in the stream, you need about these municipal power poles, and like those are like a necessary evil, unfortunately. Like I wish we didn't have to have them. I wish the municipal plots could just generate the power directly, but one of the reasons they can't is because we added in this feature of the poles being independent from the plots, because that gave designers more freedom, and it allowed you to use radiant power for everything, which meant that you don't need to have as many of these power poles. But part of that, by not having a power connector on the plot, meant you can't generate power from an object that doesn't have a connector on it. Like it won't work. So plots couldn't generate the power, so we had to come up with this power pole thing. But one of the things that we fixed in the next week's patch, or this week's patch, on Friday's patch, is the data thing that stores the information about the municipal power grid can regenerate itself. And like that's what we have to do, is those things that get corrupted, we just have to like give you tools or automation to just have it regenerate itself, unfortunately. The Sugar Pops. Good day. It's my first time watching your live stream. Well, welcome. Just wanted to say thanks for all your work and everyone else that's worked on SS and SS2. It's helped me a lot through the last few years dealing with my sickness. I think I have 1,600 hours in SS2. Can't tell you how much I have in SS and Conk. So thanks, Sim Screw. Wow, that's insane. That's awesome. And hopefully we'll get a lot more for you, more hours. So I will tell you, since it's your first time with my live stream, make sure any posts you want me to read, make sure you tag me with @KingGath. I'm assuming anything that doesn't have @KingGath in it is a message just talking to other people in chat. That's the only way I can make it through all of these messages before my voice runs out. Let's see. Short one is there already story clues or plot clues on how many plots of a specific night need to be able before you might access the advanced version of those plots? No, there's no clues. It's just assumed that if you just keep building a lot of stuff and leveling it up, that you'll eventually hit it. So all of the numbers that are around it are designed around just build all the stuff you unlock. Try and build everything you unlock and get up to level 3. And if you just do that, you'll eventually unlock everything, especially if you do it across multiple settlements. All that stuff is documented on the wiki though. So if you want to know, you can do it that. There's also, to get the advanced plots, not the high tech, but the advanced, you can, all of them have a shortcut through character quests. So if you spend a lot of time building up recreational and commercial so that you attract NPCs and you do the Ron's side quests. So at partway through chapter 1, the Ron gives you a lead on 2 quests. If you do those quests, you will unlock his recruitment service and you can go pay him to recruit settlers for you. And there are 3 settlers that unlock advanced power, advanced defense, and advanced water available, that if you do their quests, you'll eventually get those unlocked. If you don't, or you'll just naturally discover them through building. You can also cheat it. There's also a cheat in the holotape to just unlock the classes right now. That isn't a bad idea though, to hide clues somewhere in the mod, but I think like really the goal was just like if you play long enough and you keep building that type of stuff. So for example, to get access to advanced of a plot class, you just have to build a certain number of basic level 3s. To get to high tech, you have to build a certain number of advanced level 3s. I think it's like 3, level 3 advanced to get you high tech, or 5 or something like that. I don't remember the numbers, but they're on the wiki. But again, it's just around build enough settlements, using that stuff, and getting it to level 3, and you'll eventually trigger it all. Oscar N1 N7, is there a part of you that's hoping Starfield gets delayed? I certainly, yeah, absolutely. And again, I think I've answered that before, is like it's a double-edged thing. Like I want it to get delayed just so that I have more time to work on stuff here, but at the same time, myself and a lot of people on the team we need a break from Fallout modding to cleanse our palates, like so that we come back with the same hunger and enthusiasm and everything of like I have a million ideas, but the different, like how much I'm willing to push myself through crunch changes over time. Like when we're working on SS2 for chapter 1, I was way more willing to give up extra hours of sleep to get more into the mod than I am now. So like, a new IP to work on, or a break between this, this and some Settlements 3, if that's what I decide to do, would be good for the soul. But yeah, delaying Starfield would mean you guys will get much better content out of chapter 3. That's all I will say. If they delay it, that'll be good for SS2 players. Discmaster, floating point errors usually. I'm still dealing with it certain places. I'm usually off Friday, Saturday. Just let me know. Cool. Yeah, and you could look at it yourself. If you just go poke your head into our HQ cell, and you'll see if it's especially noticeable in the hallways. So if you go into like the long hallways on the lower floor of GNN in HQ, you'll see turning the corners, like certain parts of it just disappear, and it's really irritating. Lachlan, me again. When debugging my issue, would you recommend disabling my mods and reloading one at a time until the quest breaks? So that's a tough one. So there's a troubleshooting method called, some people call it half splitting. That's what I usually call it. People call it binary search. There's a couple of different phrases for it. But basically what it's involved with it is you take your mods, disable and exclude the one that has the thing you're testing. So like, let's say a quest in SS2, you want to find out what's going on with it, right? So if you have a problem with SS2, you disable half of your mods, but always leave SS2 enabled. Now go play and try and repeat that issue with just those half mods enabled. If the problem comes again, that means the problem is somewhere in that 50% of mods you have installed. So now you've just reduced half of the mods you need to check for the problem. If instead the problem didn't happen, well, you know then the problem was in the half you disabled. So again, you still eliminated half your mods as the potential cause of the problem. And then you do that again. You load up your game with just half of the ones you know have the problem in, test those, and now you eliminate another 50% of your mods. And the cool thing is if you do the math on that, that means at 256 mods, which is without ESLs accounted for, that's the most mods you could have installed, you would only have to do a half split 8 times. So you don't have to do 8 tests to figure out which mod was causing your problem. That is in theory the case. Unfortunately, because uninstalling mods damages your save file a little bit, it's not a perfectly accurate representation, and sometimes you can get false positives that way. But it's a good start. It's a good start to put to, and sometimes it will lead you to the definitive cause of your issue. Like it'll be like, oh, this mod had, you know, like an overwrite version of a script or something. It was 100% the cause, and so like it's worth doing the test because it only takes 8 tries. So yes, I would say it's worth it, but I wouldn't, you know, lean 100% on those results being accurate, but they might point you to something very obvious wrong in a mod. So it's worth doing that trick. Yogi, oh yeah, I did have community rockstar forum. Everyone kept thinking I was you. They thought you were me in disguise. Well, I think you were rivaling me in post count. You were prolific with your forum usage, which I really appreciated. And that's, you know, those are the people I try and give that tag and definitely give access to my bug report forum. Because if you're around making thousands of forum posts, and you haven't pissed off a bunch of people, you're probably capable of trouble. You've probably learned about our troubleshooting method and like what we require for bug reports is kind of how I've taken it. Let's see. Yogi, yes, vanilla food, water, power do transfer to HQ spider grants. Awesome. I'm glad that's working. Because, yeah, that was, like, I don't want to force people to use plots. Like, I like that people use plots because they make for a lot more interesting gameplay. But, again, I recognize, especially with HQ, for some people, the mechanics are way too deep. They require way too much. And, like, I've watched now several people doing Let's Plays who just didn't mess with their settlements. They were just playing it for story. For them, it's just a deal breaker. It's like, I'm not doing that. And that's fine. So like then being able to spam vanilla power as a solution to the quest, great, go for it. Like I don't want to block people out of content like that. You know, for people who are looking for the definitive experience, that's the options are set up by default. And that's kind of the experience that I dream up for people, but I know not everybody has time for that. So I want to support however you guys want to play it. And like that, we're taking that thing to the extreme with chapter 3, I think. Like we're going to be anybody who played Conqueror knows the mechanics were really tightly balanced. And we're getting way looser with them with the 3.0 implementation of them, because I just want people to be able to RP and have fun. You know, there will be hard mode, like where there's you can crank up all of our options, turn on all of our options and make it hard. You know, you want to turn on maintenance costs and operating costs and set complexity. There will be that same equivalent stuff for the chapter 3 mechanics, but by default, we're going to be our default options are going to be a little looser. Just knowing, you know, especially when we think about, you know, I keep talking about the race against Starfield. You know, if like, let's say we release chapter 3 a month before Starfield, you don't have time to be dicking around with complex mechanics. You want to get in there and get to your story. So we got to make sure that the default options appease that. Let's see. No trick. I decided to take a snapshot of my load order and add it to the start of my videos so I can reference it quickly. That's a good idea. I found one of the reasons I like getting save files now from people is I realized a few months back, well, it was quite a while ago. It feels like recently, but I don't know. I didn't notice this all the time. But that if you load up a save file in Resaver, or Fallrim Tools, as it's listed on their mod page, it shows you the load order, so I can like glean a lot from that. Like that's how I figured out. I made a post on the forums recently about it was like a PSA. Like if you find that city plans aren't building, and I think I talked about this in the last stream. If you find that you go to build a city plan and all it does is scrap and it doesn't build anything, that means you have workshop scripts overwriting. And for most people, that means they have unofficial patch after workshop framework instead of the other way around. Workshop framework has to come after unofficial patch. And I can now see that in people's, you know, I can quickly check that when people send me a save. That's one of the first things I check. Like, oh, do they have unofficial patch after workshop framework? Because that will cause a million problems. Like breaks all sorts of stuff. Let's see, Carback. Yes, they work. I am bad when I play myself, and I console command in resources to items like adding food, water to a 3-water pump, and power and happiness to a generator and defense boosts. Okay, cool. The sugar pops. Oh, okay, thanks. Cool. Going back down. Lachlan, thank you. So okay, I'm gonna. How do I say this name? This looks like it's a foreign language. Sehui. How do I say that? I've butchered it like 3 times. Somebody tell me how to pronounce that. Can somebody write that out in pronunciation phrases? Like, is it Sehui? Am I just making up? Right? Is it way simpler than I'm making it out to be? How do I say that? Does SS2 change the settlement attack formulas at all? Would you recommend using the BS defense mod? It does not mess with the defense formulas at all, no. You can use the BS defense if you want. So I will say the defend thing, so you guys have seen me get a couple of these defend settlements with actual objectives. Those are outside of the vanilla system. These are created by the storyline. And we will also use this when we get to 3.0. So part of 3.0 will have a much deeper attack system than the vanilla game has. But it will be opt-in. So it won't just start happening. You will have to engage with our what we call outpost mechanics before that starts triggering. So that because we don't want to irritate people who are just like, I'm just in SS2 for settlements. I didn't show up for all this war stuff. Like the war stuff, you know, for our story, for the tutorial bits, and for like, there's a couple of quest ones, you will have to do some of it, but you were not gonna like force people to do a whole boatload of it because we know that's not what everybody came to some settlements for. But I think we're gonna do it in a way, and you'll be pissed off enough at your enemies that you'll want to engage in it, and hopefully it's fun enough. But we will have a better system than this. Anybody who plays Conqueror is aware of the system we did. The attacks are way more intense, and they scale based on how big your army is. So I think they're a ton more fun than the vanilla ones. But no, we do not by default mess with those formulas. Not crazy. Will we see the return of the Children of Atom playthrough? Role-playing being it's not Conqueror minus Super Mutant Redux. No, I don't think we will. I think that playthrough is done. We got to the end of just destroying we finished Far Harbor in it, which was something I wanted to do. But because Conqueror is getting like the mechanics are getting ported, and because the original Conqueror team kind of like had to disband, and we realized there was no way we could complete the story for SS1. You know, anything SS1 related, all those playthroughs are dead, unfortunately. Like when I started those, I don't remember if when I started those, we definitely knew SS2 was in development, but it wasn't public. So, you know, like I think I was phrasing it as I would come back to the playthroughs, but I knew like, once you guys find out about SS2, you're not going to care about this anymore. So yeah, those playthroughs are done. Any future playthroughs I do will be 100% be SS2, really. Or maybe one day I'll do let's do a playthrough with some other mods. Like I always wanted to play mods from people who are on the team who did them. Like I played through Machine in Her because Nika was on our team for a while, and Seddon was on the team for a while, and I never got to play through his mod. I've never played through Niher's mods on camera. Niher's on the team, so like those are things I've wanted to play through on camera, just to not really mod review them, but just show them off, help get those people some more downloads because they all put a lot of work into their stuff. So yeah, no, I think those characters, they were a ton of fun. I loved doing that, by the way. The playthroughs where you guys decided my load order were so fun and so wacky, like, because it would break my load order so bad, but it was like, whatever, it's fun. And we made it really far in those, despite that, of installing just insane numbers of mods you guys recommended. Now, I never let it go full. For those of you guys who didn't watch any of those Let's Plays I did, I didn't just let people decide my entire load order. It was like everyone could make suggestions, and I'd go read through them. And if I liked the suggestions, I would install them. So like every episode, I would end up with a couple of new mods installed that people had suggested from the forums, and I built these giant load orders. And they eventually became super unstable. And like I remember in one of them, I could no longer access the entire like east coast of the map anymore because it got so bad. And it turned out it was. And I hate to throw this mod under the bus, but it was the culprit of it. It was that big Children of Atom mod. Does anybody remember what it's called? It was like something with glowing sea in it. It was like it added a ton of new Children of Atom content. There wasn't a ton of voice content, but anyway, it broke my game pretty bad. I do not recommend that mod to people. And I think they eventually open sourced it because they realized they didn't have the bandwidth to finish it up. Discmaster priority very low. Found a hard to see missing bit of wall Nearest the bathroom in the HQ main cell. Look for it just behind the gender signs. Interesting. Monitor Super Mutant Redux. Oh, that's... Yeah. I had that in both of my playthroughs. That makes Super Mutants like old school hard, which was cool. It definitely gave me some flashbacks. I liked it because Super Mutants were rough in the original Fallout ISO games, and then they can be tough in this game early level, but because they're the part of the leveled list, there's weak versions of them all over the place. The Sugar Pops, I love the story, but I ended up spending hours just building Sanctuary and Red Rocket. Yeah, I feel you. I do the same. Like, every time I play, like, this is one of the reasons I know that we actually have a good formula. You know, one of the things I was worried about with SS2 was that we would hit the sophomore slump and be like, you know, a lot of times people who create things, whether it be, you know, artists, game developers, filmmakers, or whatever, they don't actually understand the magic of their own creation. And you can tell because their second season or second creation will suck or it's not as good as the first. And I was really worried that would happen to SS2. And one of the reasons I don't think it happened is because I enjoy the hell out of playing it. Like, I get sucked in. I did one episode where I'm like, I'm not going to do much in the settlements. And like an hour later, I'm still dinking around in the settlements. I'm like, I'm still having fun doing this. And I am buried in this stuff every night. Like, every single night at about 9 p.m. I sit down and I work on some settlements. This has just been my life for like 5 years, and I love it. But you know, you'd think a lot of the stuff I'm gonna get bored of, but I still today I start building plots and I get way sucked into it. I love it. It's fun. And I don't even take credit for the gameplay loop. Like, this is me just stealing the SimCity gameplay loop and turning it into like something that works in a first-person RPG. Choo-choo one, Gary. So, you know, speaking of mods with voices in it, I did agree to voice a Gary for someone, and it never happened. I don't know if it's gonna happen. So I may be guest appearing as a Gary in a Fallout 4 mod, but I will change my voice in some way. So it'll be hard for you to tell it. But if you ever see a mod with Garys in it, go listen close to them. One of them might turn out to be me. South of the Sea, yeah, Lachlan, that was it. South of the Sea was the one that has super bad pre-combines, and maybe that wasn't the only mod. There was another mod that had like, it added some quest content in the middle of the map, and it like starts visible for some reason, and like you can see the map marker immediately, and that was all broken. There were some serious problems with a couple of the mods I had. South of the Sea was definitely one of them. Cool idea for a mod and adds some really cool visuals, but it needs someone to fix its previous issues before people play with that. Not crazy. I remember you answered this a while ago, but forgot your answer. Would mods like Gunner's Redux or Stronger Deadly Gunners break SS2? No, they shouldn't. I think they'll just make it more challenging. I think we've been trying to, as much as possible, use the vanilla leveled list for our NPCs. Like, what we'll do is we'll put a layer on top of them. So we might have like... So we have the West faction and the Algernon faction, right? Spoiler alert for our story. What we try and do is we'll take like our Algernon faction and we create a character, an NPC list that has the changes we need, like the faction changes. Like, it has the Algernon faction, it has friendly to player, depending on, you know, what you do in the story. But still pulls all the gear and faces from the vanilla list. That way, if you have mods that enhance those, like add new faces or enhance the gear list, that those will happen to our characters too. We try and do that as much as possible. There are a few points where we've had to break from that, just because it was just too complicated to figure it otherwise. But we try and do that so that you can use overhaul mods like that and take advantage of them. Does anybody know what is the there's a really awesome gunner mod that we have a couple of outfits from, and they open sourced it, that adds all these different outfits and stuff. I think we're gonna end up using more of that mod, and a lot of people do. It's from I think it was by Default the Fixer, and it does like basically create a bunch of gunner outfits that look like different classes. I'm so excited to use that in our chapter 3 stuff, just to give, because we really want to embrace that feeling of like different people in military roles having different purposes and gear and stuff. I think that's a lot of fun, and that mod's gonna help a lot given where the story is going. Carvok, Raiders are the best, you know it. I did have a lot of fun doing the Raider playthrough. Part of that being because I got to show off the Conqueror storyline that the team created. But yeah, it was also fun always choosing the mean option in every dialogue. Like, that was a lot of fun. No trick. Storyteller mod, and I'm so high right now, caused me a few problems. I don't know what the Storyteller mod is. Is that the one from Storyteller mod? The is that dude in Power Armor and he was part of the Shoddy cast? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, Merv, it's just called Gunner Outfit Pack. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's a really cool pack. That's where Berman's outfit came from that, and so did Wes's. No, not Wes's. Maybe Wes's did. Wise's did. They both came from that mod. Really cool outfit set. Really like that set. Especially because like the gunners are so bland looking. You know, like it's a cool idea to have a mercenary faction, and then they just all look. They all fade into the background a lot like generic settlers. Like their outfits are super muted colors. Now, you know, there's shades of green, but they're all so muted that like they just don't stand out. So for our quest line of trying to give the gunners more prominence, that's a great mod to do that. Dismaster, 3 instances of Z-flicker so far, but no disappearing objects at certain angles. I'll send a patch once I figure out IDs. Visions probably just need tweaked. Cool, that'd be awesome. I will. Yeah, my biggest problem with all that previs stuff is how much space it takes. My God, that's the biggest reason Chapter 2 is ginormous, is because Vault 75 and HQ are unplayable on Xbox if without that. They're almost unplayable on PC, to be honest. Like I remember. When we didn't have that working, the testers were complaining about frame rate stuttering really bad in Vault 75 when we had our copy of it. And so I was like, all right, I guess we have to use that. But it's like 300 megs for just those 2 cells worth of previs. It's crazy how much space previs takes up. Storyteller armor mod. He becomes a companion. Oh, I'm so high as a power armor mod with super stats. I thought you were saying you were so high right now. Yeah, I have not used the Storyteller armor mod, so I don't know anything about that. I never got into Shoddy Cast. Even though I know it's got a huge following and whatnot. Alright, let's pop open, because I think I finally caught up to chat. Let's pop open. I'm going to pop open the issues here. And I'm just going to leave like each page on screen for a moment. So any of you guys can get a chance to be like, hey, I have that issue. And you'll know that it will be fixed eventually, that it's already on there. So I'm just going to leave this in the background instead of you guys having nothing happening from my settlements. Let's see. Choo Choo 1. What would SS2 look like as its own game? That's a good question. So like... One of the things I think it would be a much smaller version of Fallout 4, and not necessarily to me like the secret sauce of the Sim Settlements gameplay loop is taking the SimCity concept and making it feel right from a first-person RPG perspective, and like that could translate to any setting, right? It could be done, doesn't have to be in this IP. You could use that, you could do it in obviously like the lore of the ASAM sensors only works in sci-fi settings, but you could do that in a modern day thing. You could do it in Skyrim. You could do it in, you know, anything like that, like any type of that. But I would think it would have to be, it's, you know, it's designed around, the gameplay loop is designed around it. I guess it doesn't have to be RPG. It could also work in a survival game, right? You could do that. You could do a Sim Settlements type gameplay in something like in like a Minecraft type game for sure. But I just really love, I now am addicted to story mods. Like this is why I am willing to put a pin in gameplay stuff to get story mods done, because they add so much. It's so much more interesting to learn about mechanics, and I'm so much more invested in gameplay mechanics when there's a story behind it. Like that is how I got like obsessed with StarCraft and Warcraft 3 and whatnot. It was because of these amazing stories they had paired with them. Without those, I would not have spent, you know, hundreds of hours laddering on those games. Like that was like I was so into the invested in the mechanics that then I like wanted to stick around for more. And I think so like I like the addition that adds. So I think as its own game, it's gonna end up looking like a Bethesda RPG, and like that. But the problem with that ambition is there's a reason no other company does Bethesda RPGs. Like, right? Like the closest we get to big giant RPGs are things like The Witcher and like Cyberpunk. Like those are the closest, and those end up being more like they're not the same because they're more direct story driven, right? You're not RPing a character, you're RPing your stats and stuff. And like some people would argue Fallout 4 is the same way, and like they have a point. It's like you're not really your characters are predetermined for you, but those other games don't feel nearly as open and free as a Bethesda RPG, and because doing an open free RPG is really freaking hard. As somebody else posted earlier, Bethesda had 400 people working on Fallout 4, so like. In my head, SS2 as its own game is a much smaller version of Fallout 4, but that's probably not realistic, right? Like, because part of what makes these games work is they got to have a certain scale of map size, and then it becomes undoable for a small team. Because that's the other thing is like, even if I make my own game, I don't want to be part of a factory. Like, I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can mentally be a part of a 400-person team. I don't think that will work for me. I think I'm going to always want to work with small teams because then everybody gets to feel like they're making a big contribution. But that then also is going to perpetually limit the scope. This is one of the things I've talked about why I want to learn machine learning is because one of the tools that's available right now that can potentially open the doors for small teams to make big games is machine learning. Is like doing generated content, and like I think you can combine generated content with artist curation and make stuff that's pretty close to artist created content. And like you could do a combination, like you curate it and then you polish it up. Like maybe the AI can seed the start of things so that you can be much more productive and you can get to that polish phase faster is what I think is the case. Because I've seen a lot of really impressive tech demos of what machine learning can do where it's not quite there, but I'm like, that's pretty damn close. Like just with, like where if like an artist's job became, and not every artist would be down with this, but you could have somebody's job could be like, your job is to not necessarily create stuff from scratch. It's to use AI as an assistant to get you started and get, 80% of the way there. And then all you have to do is the last 20%. And then that would make that person significantly more productive and able to create a lot more content than they would have been able to by themselves. And so like, that's why I'm super interested in machine learning, because I want to do game dev. I want to work on small teams, but I want to do cool stuff. I want to do ginormous stuff, but I know I can't have my cake and eat it too, unless I get more efficient. And machine learning looks like a huge possibility. Like we had a super brief conversation, like 3 or 4 messages passed back and forth today on our server about, how machine learning could be used to design city plans. Absolutely possible. Absolutely possible. And like, that's really exciting. They wouldn't be as cool as the ones Carvok and company are making over in the city plan contest, but they could still be passable as like, that's a pretty impressive city plan. And then when we say a robot made most of it, you'd be like, oh, damn. Let's see. Discmaster on consoles. Yeah, my patch uses the clean mode of generation, and it's 52 megs combined, CSG and BA2. Or Comments was looking to support it on console. Yeah, it's a bummer. How much those take? How much space those take? Let's see. Have you experienced an issue of Ruby Thompson following the player scene instead of going home when killing one of the 100 bees? I've heard that. I think that's actually on my list. Let me let's scroll down a little bit. We'll see if that comes up. I think somebody has that reported up here. I meant to just keep scrolling down and letting people read through these things on screen while I'm talking, and maybe they'll see their bug. But yes, I have heard of that. So anybody who hasn't done the Thompson's quest line, basically what happens is if you go out and try and kill the beasts that Elias has on his little paper of like things he's claiming, if you go find them yourself and kill them, then Elias and Ruby will come running out of nowhere, and Elias will start yelling at you about stealing another one of his kills. It's a really, it's one of my favorite little things we put in. It's just for fun. Like some people are like, oh, I don't want to screw over Elias. Well, then don't kill his things. Like leave his final kills alone. But what I've been told is that sometimes Ruby will just keep following you. And I thought I fixed it, but I just I did one of those. I had no save ready to get to a point where I could test it. Like I don't know where these creatures are. Like I don't know offhand. So I just made a quick change to the AI where I was like, this won't break the quest, but it might fix it. And that was as far as I took it. And then I left. I knew it was an issue reported here that I could look at, so that I would eventually get it. So the way I look at these bug reports on these things is like, I will not quit developing the mod without dealing with all of these or marking them as like, the juice ain't worth the squeeze on this one. Like this one I've got 40 hours development into. I have no more ideas. It's stuck. Like that, it does happen to some of these reports. It'll be like, I just don't know. I need a explicit set of steps. How do I replicate this? And then I can do something. And I've had to tell people that, even people who are, experienced bug reporters will be like, they don't have steps, and they'll be like, if I try and repeat it one way, it doesn't happen again the next time. And it's like, it's really hard for me to fix those. And, all game developers will tell you the same thing. If they don't have repeatable steps, the problem is like making a change to maybe fix it could end up breaking 6 other things. And then, so it's not worth the risk. Let's see. No trick from artist sketch to finished art by machine learning faster. Yeah, like I said, I don't like, there's definitely a limitation on what machine learning is going to be capable of doing. It's not going to be creating, next level works of art, but I still think like it can end up working like as an assistant to artists. It's kind of like how interpolation changed animation forever. Like it used to be animation, every keyframe was done manually. Like every single frame of an animation had to be done by a human. And then, there were people who were arguing that like, oh, that's cheating. Like that doesn't look natural. But now it's just like, it's part of what you do when you're animating. In fact, it's a necessity for games to have interpolation in your animations. And so I think AI is going to be the same thing for artists. It's just going to be like, it's going to be like their assistant tool. Like to not use it would just be such a handicap that you'll just get surpassed by all of your peers very quickly. No trick. Need to name your machine learning robots so you can say Dave made it. Yeah, just give it a human name. No, it was Dave. All right, we can put Dave on payroll too. Make it a tax write-off. Let's see. Honda. I had an issue where both Thompsons would repeatedly sit and stand up at the dinner table constantly during the first quest. That's funny. Sometimes the AI does really dumb things in this game. It's part of the charm. It's the Bethesda charm. Yeah, I have seen that, and I have no idea why, because I did not experience it when I played through it. I had another issue. I sat down and they wouldn't speak, and then I came back on a stream one day and sat down, and all of a sudden they decided to start speaking. Not sure. Matthew Watkinsons, you spoke about running a custom settlement city plan competition. Do you have any thoughts on which custom settlements you might use? We'd probably start with some of the ones that people on our team did, because then if there's issues, they can fix them. Like Niher and XV and Pra all have settlement mods they've released. So if we find, in doing the contest, we find bugs, we could get them to patch them. So that's probably the ones we'd start with. Canuck 82, Bethesda Maryland had 100-ish people working on Fallout 4. Yeah, I think Bethesda Maryland had that, but I think that's how big the Bethesda Maryland team is. I think that they have, like, that's their core team of their game studio, and then like they augment that with help from the other studios for when they get to the, probably for like QA or there's certain sections of the game where they're like polishing stuff. Like maybe they need to like, all right, well, we didn't get a chance to fill out the glowing seed. Can you put some encounters in there? Stuff like that, where they can toss that off to some of their other studios. Carbach, I see machine learning like this. It's easier to mod what you have than to create from nothing. Yeah, exactly. And it gives you from start. It's the blank palette or the blank canvas problem of sitting down at a blank canvas. It gets really hard to get going because it's so intimidating. But once you get going, it gets faster and faster because you start to see it. And then like the machine learning could like give you, I really, if I ever find this video again, I remember watching a video, I think it was on 2 minute papers, which if you like science stuff, and if you like computers, like video game stuff in particular, 2 minute papers is an amazing YouTube channel. He goes over these studies of different technologies that are coming down the pipes, and he tends to focus a lot on computer stuff that often relates to video games. And a really cool YouTube channel, and I'm pretty sure it was on his I saw this. But there was this example of one of the ways this tech could be used, and I've seen it also used through this program software called Houdini. And what it'll do is you give it parameters for what makes a building the style you want, and it'll generate like 1,000 examples, and you flip through them and you're like, yeah, that's close to what I'm after, and boom, you start from that and you tinker with it. So like, you know, you have this vision in your head, but you're trying to get it onto paper or get it into 3D. The computer can short circuit that. Like, you just instead describe what you want, and now you combine that with the language learning AI. And so then where they can take your words and turn them into things of like, you'd be able to just like describe to an AI, like, hey, I have an idea for, you know, like imagine you're a building plan designer for some settlements. And you're just like, I have this vision for a building. It's going to be made out of a giant shoe, and the door will be in the heel, and the windows will be where the laces are. And the computer could take that and generate a bunch of 3D models like that match your description. And then you'd be like, yeah, that's the one that matches my kind of idea. I want to do my old lady who lived in the shoe building plan. And they'll give you a bunch of starting points to work from your 3D models, and then you can tinker with them. Like, that's the power we're going to have in the future. Like, they're not going to be perfect, but they'll be great starting points. Let's see. Door is always red for me in Thompson's Quest. Oh, like it's if you go at night to any of the doors built into the World Repop system, they will be locked and marked as as trespassing. So you have to go during the daytime. Choose one guest suggestion. Is he okay with it? Carvak. Yeah, actually, Carvak is going to be a guest soon. Because I think Carvak loves city plans. Has probably participated in more city plan contests than almost anyone else. I say almost because there's probably one other person who's been alongside him that I just am like. Gavman's probably pretty close on there, but I don't know. I don't remember who was involved as much with the older contests, but I know Carvak was because of doing all the Raider settlements. But yeah, Carvak will be a guest soon because I want to talk about city plan contests. I want to convince more of you folks to join in because it's really easy to make city plans. I think Carvak will help me convince you all. All right, let's go to page 3 on here. See if more people notice bug reports that they've been waiting for getting fixed. Some of these I probably have already fixed, and I am bad about. And anybody who has access to this has seen me do it. Where one day I'll just go mark like 20 complete because it's been like, oh, I've been working on this for a while. I just forgot to go mark it. Because usually what I end up doing is when I start to set down for a patch for the week, I write myself a list of notes of like, here's what I want to work on this week. And then I just go work on them. And if I can figure it out without referencing the bug reports, I do it. And then I often forget to go update the Git reports. Let's see. Not crazy. Has Amazon contacted the team about writing for the Fallout TV show? Most certainly better writers than who they have, but either way, they should drum up much in the game. No, definitely not. We're small potatoes. I know you guys are fans of the mod, but we are small. We are small. You guys are a small number. I mean, look, we have less than 100 people watching right now. The download numbers for the mod, though, get really impressive at the end. Like, we probably have, like, 2+ million unique users for SS1. I don't know what it is for SS2. It's smaller because, you know, Fallout 4 player base has shrunk considerably. But that the Amazon, I actually think the team that they have for writing the Amazon Fallout TV show, they did Westworld, and Westworld's, at least the first season of Westworld was fantastic. I couldn't get myself into the second season, and so I stopped watching the show. I don't even know how many seasons they have, but that's who they have building the Fallout show. So, and you can tell Westworld, if you got anybody's who's seen it, you guys know they definitely were channeling the Institute when they designed that show. So they are clearly Fallout fans. So I think I bet at bare minimum the first season will probably be good. And the nice thing about, I think Elder Scrolls and Fallout actually will make wonderful TV series. Both will make great sources for television or movies because they're like universes, right? It's not, they don't have characters to muck up because your main character. It's not like, making a, like the Witcher content or a lot of these franchises that have a major character where like you can completely butcher them. I think it'll as long as you just tell a good story and just use the rules of the universe of Fallout or the rules of the universe of Elder Scrolls, like I think you can make something good. You just focus on making a good story, and then the rules just kind of provide a backdrop. So like I'm the fact that they got a a great group of writers who have created a good show, I think that's all you need. And Amazon's clearly willing to burn money on making content. Like the amount of money they're spending on Wheel of Time and Lord of the Rings, and I know the Wheel of Time is mixed on people's experience, and I'm a huge Wheel of Time fan, so I've been afraid to watch the show. But they're throwing in serious money at their television shows, so I'm sure they're not going to skimp when it comes to Fallout. The streaming wars are crazy right now. Notchick, do the Raiders from Nuke World get settlements in SS2? No. We don't tie into the Nuke World stuff. We don't prevent it. Like I know, Choo-Choo, did you end up releasing that patch that you did for Nuke World? You said it worked. Did you end up releasing that? You should. I bet people would like it. Guess Daddy, pat your dog. I heard him squeak. That wasn't my dog. Excuse me. My dog is sleeping upstairs right now, probably waiting for me to take him for a quick pee. That is probably the dynamic soundscape you heard. Because my settlement has high happiness, we're getting friendly sounds now. We don't get gunshots anymore. We get happy dogs and people, drunk people singing and stuff like that. Like that's one of my favorite parts about the dynamic soundscape is how it changes. It doesn't just react to the types of buildings you're building. Like you can hear a lot of industrial sounds because I'm hanging out near a bunch of industrial buildings. But it also reacts to the level of the plots and your happiness and everything. So I have a good settlement, a successful settlement in as far as SS2 is concerned. So I get happier sounds in my soundscape. Let's scroll this down a little bit, let more people see some more potential bugs that might be getting fixed eventually. Oscar N1N7, just a suggestion of the world repop system. Could it place down animation markers around conquests if those are doing things? That is one of those dream scenarios. Yes, we would love that, but we cannot dynamically do that. That has to be manually placed. So I have said this a couple times. I'll continue to say it. I am looking for people in the community who really like the world repop system to help us expand it. Like we don't have a big enough team to devote to it. It's going to require some volunteers to get involved with it. So if you love the world repop system and you've taken the time to go through enough tutorials where you're not afraid of doing stuff in the CK, like I can teach you the ropes and I can merge your stuff in, but I need help doing that because that is definitely something I would love to see. I want to see the world repop doors put on every building in the game world, and I want to see animation markers added. I want to see more building templates made. Like I love the world repop system. It's just like we can't do it all ourselves. Like I don't have the band. This is one thing we had a conversation. I had a conversation with somebody else on the team recently about this. Is like, I can only manage so many people on the team. Like there's a limit to how many people we can recruit because I just don't have the bandwidth. Like every month I will meet with all of the main people on the team who do the majority of the work. I will meet with them for an hour. And then some of the people on the team who are doing rule posts, that'll be like every week. I'll meet with them an hour or more. Like Sir Rick, we probably meet like 6 to 10 hours a month. And that takes away from the limited modding time. That has to happen. Like I try, I'll sometimes squeeze those in during the workday, but like that has to happen within my modding time. So there's only so many people that I can manage. So I need like outside self-starters who are willing to like just tackle this stuff and submit it to me for merge. And that's like, that's why like part of the reasons that Sim Settlements as a mod set succeeded is because that's what add-on packs allowed. Like people who got into add-on pack making, they just ran with it. They didn't need me. They didn't need merging. Unfortunately, the world repop requires merging to really be effective. So need someone to kind of like act as an outside agent who doesn't need me to get involved with their decisions all the time. Like, or to approve things and can just kind of run with it. Who gets what we're going for and can just go with it and submit stuff to it. Choo-Choo one, would Sim Starfield interest you? I mean, like, if Starfield is what I think it's going to be, which is going to be Skyrim meets I think it's going to be Skyrim meets Star Wars. Then heck yes, that sounds amazing. Because like that sounds like an amazing game, and anything I can do to make me play it longer would be awesome. But like maybe the way they design the game, like a Sim Settlements thing doesn't fit in it. We'll see. Abduleo, the Westworld TV show is a remake of the movie of the same name from the 70s. I did not know that. I loved that first season of that show. That was so good. For second season, they lost me, but maybe I didn't give it a fair enough chance. Maybe I need to stick with it longer. But yeah, I loved the first season of that. Choo Choo One put the patch out yesterday. Awesome. I need to make another news video because there's a couple of new mods that came out. XV put out Carvok. I'm sure you saw this. Blood Moon Raiders. He ported that forward from SS1, which is awesome. So yeah, anybody who wants Nuka World Raiders in your HQ, Choo Choo One released a patch that can do that. It's a real simple thing. Oh, so it's actually the reverse. The Institute was inspired by Westworld. See, I disagree on that only because of the visuals. So there's the visuals in like the opening cinematic sequence of Westworld are definitely drawn from the Institute, and the Institute came out before the Westworld TV show. Unless those same visuals were in the old movie too. But there's also, there's interviews from the creators of Westworld saying they are big fans of Fallout, and the Westworld mobile game directly ripped off Fallout Shelter, and they got sued for it. So like, there's no way in hell the Westworld TV show creators did not just take inspiration from Fallout. They've admitted it in multiple cases, and the writers didn't write that, but obviously like they pointed in that direction. Like there's definitely Fallout inspiration in Westworld on multiple fronts. Discmaster update on the HQ issue. There's a plane marker that needs to be enabled parented, I think. Only locked into this with COC, though I'm not enough in this testing save. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I'm not familiar. It's been so long since I set all that up, I don't actually remember how all that's rigged up. There's also, that also might be, one of the problems might be right at the end of Chapter 2 development. So any of you guys who's watched a playthrough of it already, spoiler alert, at the end of Chapter 2 we do this little camera sequence at the end of the final quest. And to support that, we had to mess with a bunch of stuff. Because we found out that animating the camera through geometry does not work. There was no way we could bypass it. So we had to like fudge a lot of the geometry to make that sequence work. And I wonder if that is part of the problem, and then maybe that's where that plane marker comes into play. No trick, the original movie had Yul Brynner. That means nothing to me, unfortunately. I don't know who Yul Brynner is. Carmack helped XV get all that all done. Awesome. Who is you? Now I want to know who Yul Brynner is and why that should be relevant to me. Yul Brynner. It was a Russian, French, Swiss, and American actor. Yep, don't know who that is. That's probably some famous actor from ages ago that I just haven't seen enough of any movies from him. Or it's probably like one of those people where is in things and I just don't know the name for some reason. It's probably in a bunch of things. That name does not doing anything for me. Oops, I closed out the YouTube thing for a second. Here we go. So it came straight from the horse's mouth. All right, that's fair. Let's see, Beowulf, you should do some quests so the TV play some show or something, like get a TV station up and running like the Commonwealth News. That would be really cool. I honestly think that quest line with the TV station in the base game, I think originally they were going to have that in the game, but there's a couple of moments that look like Bethesda was starting to set that up. So there's the scene, you know how there's like the little TV scene at the beginning of the game with Ron Perlman's voice talking as the announcer? That scene is actually set up in a cell, and I think they were going to try and get multi-camera working where a camera could project onto a surface, and they never got it working. And I think that then that's what ended. So then they changed the TV quest line. I think originally the reason you could build TVs in settlements was because it was going to broadcast that TV station after you got those people set back up. That's what I think their plan was, and they had to scale it back for tech reasons. So unfortunately the game does not support cool stuff like that. Choo Choo 1 DJKG for Chapter 3, probably not. Yul Brynner was in the original Magnificent Seven. That's one of my old man's favorite movies. He was a huge fan of westerns. Like we grew up watching as kids. He showed us a lot of John Wayne movies. Whether or not that's appropriate, like not thinking about it, like those were probably pretty violent. I think they always thought like older movies were tamer, but probably maybe not so much when you're 6. But I remember watching a lot of old John Wayne movies. It's funny how tame or how different entertainment is now, like from older times. Like certain things are way more accepted and certain things are no longer accepted. Like one of the things I noticed with like modern cartoons is they're way less violent. They're just more like insane. Like there's just random stuff happens. But then my kids prefer the violent cartoons of old, like they prefer to watch like Tom and Jerry or Woody Woodpecker, which are all like everybody's getting blown up by dynamite all the time, than they do prefer any of the modern cartoons. And like I remember we used to watch Three Stooges a lot, which was like, you know, physical, you know, hitting each other in the head with hammers and stuff. And it's like nobody watches that stuff anymore, or they don't make new stuff like that anymore for kids. Let's see. With all the talent in Sim Settlements 2, I wonder, did you guys work with anyone from 3D NPC team? Yeah. So Chris Takahashi, I think that's his last name. Chris, I talk with Chris all the time, and it started out with Chris was giving me, and I don't remember how we got connected, but I talk to Chris all the time. Not as much anymore because Chris actually works for Bethesda now. Yeah, Chris advised a ton of people for us to recruit for characters. So I would often go to Chris and pitch him a character I had in mind, or for a voice, and he would give me the names of a few contacts he thought might work. So we have a lot of shared voice actors between SS2 and Tales from the Commonwealth. Chuchu1, are you still hoping to find a way to make Settlement's radius visible to the player? Yes, we are actually making progress on that. So Scrivener is a very good mod author who did a lot of stuff with the HUD, and took a break from modding, and I think we accidentally convinced him to come back, and he's been working with Ono on our team to create this really cool map system. Actually, I don't even mind showing you guys it because it's something that like I might end up just patching in. It's so important to the gameplay loop. So let me see if I have anything I can show you guys, since we're not in the game anyway. We're just showing you bug reports. We've been working on getting a custom map for SS2, and we don't know if we can get it on Xbox. We can 100% get it for F4SE. But we've been working on, and I say we, but it's Scrivener and Ono. I've been just like on the sidelines, being like, yeah, that will be cool. We should do that. Not helping them much because I'm working on my own projects, but I'm trying to find he actually sent me a mod, and I said I couldn't test it tonight because I'm streaming and I would look at it tomorrow, and I'm still going to do that, but I'm going to see if he has a video up that I can show you guys. So yeah, here I will. I know this is unlisted, and I'm not gonna. Actually, I guess I don't care if you guys see it. So here's a little video of something that he's working on. So the idea will be, so this is just like, basically we would have our, so obviously, so here, right in the game, he just hid that. He will have our own custom version of the Pip-Boy map we can bring up. And this is just an example of what he can do. Like, obviously there's bugs in it and stuff, but the proof of concept is we can have our own copy of the map where we can display whatever we want. So this is his proof of concept that we can get a map working in, and obviously, like he's already said, I fixed that rotation issue with the see that mouse over with it being rotated. That's like a funny bug. But anyway, he is working on us a custom map that we will have for SS2, 100% for F4C users, a maybe for Xbox, and we'll be able to put all sorts of cool data on there. It's going to be awesome. The first thing we're going to do with it is put radial rings to show you the range of your different things. So you'll be able to, like, the idea will be you'll push a button and it'll show you all your caravan services and their circular ranges. Then another button will show you communications and show you all the ranges, etc. So you'll be able to, like, at a glance see a map what coverage you have for each network type. Sugar Pop, slapstick, yeah, loves the slapstick stuff, and it was super popular in older cartoons, and it's gotten less popular. I think it's more like you see a lot of the kids shows now are going serialized, which I think is really weird. Like why do I need like my kids don't pay attention enough to do a story that continues between episodes, like, but that's all I think it's because so many adults watch cartoons anymore. Let's see. Kez Daddy, weird thing with modern cartoons too. The ladies have no boobs but huge butts. That is an interesting thing to notice. I did not notice that. I just remember fondly all the slapsticky cartoons, and my kids love them. And like, I don't even have to go out of my way to try and show them to them. It usually, like, it'll come up like we'll be having a conversation and we'll mention something, or like somebody bought me a Tom and Jerry t-shirt because they know I love cartoons just in general. I used to draw cartoons all the time, and they're like, who's that? And then I show it to them and they're like, I want to watch more of that Tom and Jerry. I don't want to watch this. I can't even think of a modern cartoon that we've shown them. I'm sure that we've tried to show them all the current, whatever the current stuff is. Like, is Dora the Explorer still current? I don't know. We've tried showing them different cartoons, and like they always just prefer to watch old stuff. Another one my kid got into randomly. I don't even know how. Ninja Turtles was huge when I was a kid. Grew up in the 80s. That was like the show for boys in those years, and there hasn't been a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle show on for a while. Like, I think they tried to do a reboot of it in like 2018, and everyone hated it and it went away. So there's been no big presence of it for like 10 years. Yet somehow my kid caught wind of it and I didn't even tell him about it. And like, he kept talking about it. And so finally I showed it to him, and now he's a huge Ninja Turtles fan, even having before he even saw it. And then I started showing it to him, and now he's obsessed too, which is fun. I get to live some nostalgia of like he wants the toys. Although finding those toys is crazy. They started selling retro toys at Walmart. And I saw a metalhead from Ninja Turtles, and I brought it up to the register. I was going to get it from him because for his birthday. I was going to just buy it in advance of his birthday and toss it in the closet for later. It was $40. Like, that's insane. I'm not paying $40 for an action figure. Anyway, total tangent, talking about morning cartoons and stuff. Erica Ember Studio, how's the fan art collection? I'm wrapping up a short comic right now. We'd like forums to be the best place to share it. Erica, I think your icon. We need. You know what? I wish I would have shown off. You did the animation for that little radio play that Cobus did, right? Do you have that handy? Did you ever finish that? I want to show everyone that. That is so freaking cool. That is one of the best pieces of fan art ever. Let's see. Beowulf, do you think that Fallout 4 will get a remaster now that they are creating a new creation engine to it, Bethesda? And if they do, will some settlements be coming to it if they do? I have heard nothing about such a thing. I'm sure that they will do a 10-year anniversary edition. Like, Fallout 4 was their best-selling game of all time. It is in the top 5 of most concurrent players on Steam, I think, still to this day. So like Fallout 4, there's no way it doesn't get some sort of thing. They also, I think, like, I'm betting because the Creation Club just ended out of nowhere, they'll probably have content for it to release too. So they probably are going to do the same thing they did with Skyrim. Like, it's not that far off, right? It's already 2022, was released in 2015, so 3 more years, and they could do an anniversary edition, a 10-year anniversary edition of Fallout 4. Now, I don't know if they'll do an SE. Like, I think it depends on how different the engines are, right? Like, I think the reason that we got Skyrim SE is because the engine changes weren't dramatic enough to where it wasn't a big project for them, right? Like, if it's gonna take a whole team of them to do it, they won't do it. But if they can like have one of their sub studios do it, or if it's like, oh, we just need like to put it back through QA, otherwise it's just mostly an engine upgrade, then they'll do it. So I think it's a big maybe. I think we'll definitely get a remaster at some point with like better textures and like an anniversary that includes the Creation Club content. That I think I will go out there and say 100% we will get that. Like, there's no way they don't do that, because that's easy. Whether we get an engine upgrade, that's very questionable. Very questionable. But would I be interested in, would I move to some settlements 2 to it? It depends on how much they change it, right? Like, there were a lot of problems with people porting their mods to special editions. So like, if it can be done without a ton of work, in the same way that they won't port the game without a ton of work, then yeah, I would love it. I don't want all this work we put on some settlements over the years to just die. Would I port some settlements 1? Questionable, mostly because I'm so far removed from the code and everything now that I don't know if I could do it, right? Like, it would be. So it really depends on how many differences there are. But I would probably, with how much effort we put into SS2, I would probably bite the bullet and do whatever work was required to get it working with an updated build. See, no wonder you guys in N3D NPC really know how have your characters speak like Fallout characters. Other mods characters speak like they are from our world rather than the Fallout's world. Yeah, I'm sure we have some examples of that too. I'm not going to go say that we have the best writing in the world. I will give props to you know, our current writers are fantastic, but we definitely, you know, we used a lot of different writers because originally the plan with all those sellers was to be an anthology, and not all of them are amazing. Some of them are like, they're passable, but a lot of them, like, the writer didn't finish, and so we just had to like come up with it. You know, you had people just make up the rest of it, and so some of that's jarring. But we try, so I appreciate some. But I don't want to trash talk a bunch of other mods. But I am aware of the mod problem in general because I've seen it with other games. That the writing in mods can be cringy. Same with the voice acting. That's why, like, one of the things I'm so grateful to Shadow and now Cobus is that they they were real hardcore quality control on voice acting. Man, it's late. I'm gonna answer the rest of the questions I see on screen. I just realized it's almost 1 o'clock. I'm gonna answer the rest of the questions I got on screen now. I got 4 or 5 more, and then I'm calling it sleep time. And I guess I'll scroll down a little bit. Okay. Choo Choo, would you mind if you put that up on Discord so we can see it a bit better? I would. If you're talking about that map, I'd rather not. That was just like, I'm just showing you that we do have people working on it. It's nothing exciting to look at right now. It's just like a. I'm just saying we actively have people working on it. Lachlan, you should watch the Cuphead show. I wanted to. In fact, Cuphead is one of those games I'm going to play soon. So like I was never into the Dark Souls series or punishing games. I always felt like those are not for me. But Elden Ring, I am really into right now. Like, that is when I can squeeze in gaming, I'm playing Elden Ring. And even though I cheese it, like, I am one of those, like, you know, the Dark Souls purists would be like, "Ah, you're terrible," because I use all the summons and the, you know, like my mimic tier is the real Elden Lord. I'm definitely in that camp. I still do enjoy when I figure out a fight. I really get a thrill out of it. Like, I actually fought, what was his name, Commander Neil or something like that. I fought him legit, and I was so pumped because I figured out how to beat him. Like, I figured out his pattern and doing dodges and stuff. I was so happy about that. Man, I bet I could. There's some of those other games where I could like get into. And Cuphead, really, I love the art style of Cuphead. I love that old timey. You know, it looks like old-timey Disney cartoons. I love that art style. In fact, like, one of my favorite hats is just Steamboat Willie. I just got Steamboat Willie up there. I wear something about me personally. You guys don't hear much about my personal life other than, you guys hear about my kids all the time. I am one of those people who likes to wear a hat all the time. Like, I wear a baseball cap all the time. And I think that started when I had kids. I think it was like my dad gene kicked in. I'm like, I wear a baseball cap now. I'm a dad. T-shirt and a baseball cap. That's what I have to wear now. It's my unofficial uniform. And one of my favorite ones is Steamboat Willie because I love that art style so much. So Cuphead I haven't played yet. So once I play it, I'll probably watch the show. Matthew Watkinson, I think the stuff stopping is due to the season pass lawsuit. Yeah, that wouldn't shock me, and that's probably also why they're releasing. Maybe that's why they did they added to Legendary. I don't know for certain. We'll never know because they would never, if they acknowledge anything like that, they'll probably lose their lawsuit. Choo-Choo1, since it looks like maybe a decade for FO5, what other studios, if any, would you like to see given a chance to make a Fallout game? I think if any got a chance to make it, it's got to be one of their like in-house studios, right? I think the problem, like now Bethesda, I mean, what are there, like 6 studios that are Bethesda studios now where they're actual offshoots? So I don't think we'll ever see it from another studio. I think it would be something like, you know, maybe they like, you know, the writers from Obsidian, the original writers from Fallout came back to make a Fallout spinoff. Like maybe they'll arrange something like that and use it in marketing, but I can't imagine they just hand the thing over to another studio. They have so many studios. You know, it's Bethesda Maryland, Bethesda Austin, Bethesda Vancouver. They have 3 or 4 studios with Bethesda named. I don't see them giving it to one of those studios. But for marketing purposes, 100% I could see, and I'd be totally into them saying, you know, like, let's get Josh Sawyer and the rest of the, because like basically every writer of Fallout originally, well, almost every, now works for some Microsoft subsidiary, right? They bought the company that makes Wasteland. They bought the company that they bought Obsidian. So like most of those writers are into the Microsoft umbrella now. The writing in the VR are great. Thank you. Let's see. Eric, I am reaching the final stages of the cartoon. Got a bit carried away for a few scenes. The guard dogs became characters. My current guest for release will be this summer. That's amazing. That's going to be that's the type of yeah, we are definitely collecting fan art now. Like, I'm not doing it. I think I know Sarik has been keeping an eye on and keeping links to all of it. So the next time we show it off, we will. But Yeah, your little animation was so cool. That was one of my. That's one of the ones I'm looking for. That's one of the ones I wanted to show off when we were talking about that last when we had Tom on, but I couldn't find it for the life of me, and nobody else had the link handy. I think somebody did send me the link, but it was by the time they were on, I was moved on conversationally. Choo-choo-1, why do my HQ people always talk about HQ like it's very unhappy settlement? That's a bug. So like a lot of the dialogue we have from the NPCs, from our custom NPCs, is conditioned on happiness. And I tried to, so happiness is like a hidden thing in HQ. It's not, technically it has a happiness score. And I tried to put in a hack for it, and I didn't work correctly. I don't know what I did wrong. It's just one of those things that low priority. I need to go back and do it, but I haven't had a chance. All right, last question that was on my screen at the time when I called it. Discmaster added details of the issue to Dev Discord so it doesn't get lost. Have a good night's sleep. Oh, for the pre-combine and GNN. Fantastic. Thank you for sending me that. All right, thank you guys, everybody, for joining the stream tonight. I feel like every night we're like hitting the new record for how long I'm willing to go. You guys get me talking. This was fun, and yeah, again, I don't know if we'll have a guest or not next week, but we are gonna take back, or not take back. We are gonna take GNN, taking the fight to the Gunners next week. So look forward to that next Wednesday. All right, I'll see you guys in a week. Patch this week will be on Friday. I got it. The patch is done, and just need to package it up and get it to you guys. So Friday, expect a patch. All right, good night, all.